Well, the last two nights of the ballpark here have been a blast, and today the Tigers go for the sweep in this series against the Cleveland Indians on a nice day here at the ballpark. If the Tigers combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow, get a free small order of curly fries. Here's the scouting report on Max Scherzer. We check out his numbers. It is presented today by Soaring Eagle Casino.
Max trying to get back on track after a really bumpy start 5 days ago against the Boston Red Sox. But this Cleveland Indians team right now, from an offensive stand, is really reeling, and Max would love to keep them going in that direction.
And so here we go. The first pitch of the ball game to Jason Kipnis is in for a strike. That's how we start this one this afternoon on an 82-degree day here in the Motor City. Here's the 0-1. Missed it outside. 1 ball in, 1 strike. Kipnis batting .266, couple of hits in the series, 2 out of 9. He has driven in a couple of runs. Here's the 1-1. Lifted toward left, slicing, and this one will head foul. A little bit of a breeze this afternoon toward left field, so we'll keep our eyes on that.
Might see some of the outfielders kind of shade in that direction. Jackson on the shortstop side of second base as we speak.
Meanwhile, 1-2 on the Indians leadoff man, Jason Kipnis. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Backed him out of there, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Scherzer at 94 with that last fastball. Max this afternoon searching for his 11th win. Asdrubal Cabrera waiting on deck. And he popped him up. Left side of the infield. Johnny Peralta on the edge of the grass, and 1 gone. Here's the rest of the Indians lineup presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. You saw Kipnis, Cabrera, and Chu to follow, then Santana cleaning up. Brantley is in center field. Travis Hafner back in the lineup as the DH. Carrera, Lillibridge, and Marson rounding it out for the Tribe today. Here is Asdrubal Cabrera, batting .277, had a 5-game hitting streak. Snapped in last night's game, and he bangs that one off his foot. 0-1 on Asdrubal Cabrera.
He's got that protective device on his right shin. It's a good thing he has it. Yeah, but apparently still feeling some pain.
That piece of equipment came in handy there. 0-1 on Cabrera, who's had a 1 for 8 in this series. The 0-1 pitch is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Asdrubal. Came off a month of July in which he hit .297, perking up a little bit. His average overall this year, .277. And he drives this one to the gap in right center. It's down, a base hit. Maybe more. Let's see. Jackson cuts it off. Cabrera trying for 2, and he is in there with a double.
That is a great hustling double by Cabrera, because Jackson got over to right center field in a hurry and made a really nice play to prevent the ball from going to the wall, 1, stopping on a dime, and then throwing a strike back to Peralta. Cabrera was thinking 2 out of the batter's box.
Early scoring opportunity for the Indians. That'll bring up Shin-Soo Choo. 24 2-baggers now for Cabrera this year. Choo batting .289. Waves and misses, 0-1.
Indians are missing a big bat. They've got some guys that can set the table in Kipnis, Cabrera, and Choo. But they really don't have that long ball threat, especially when Hafner is not playing and when Hafner is not producing. Santana provides a little bit of that, at least he has lately, but by and large, they don't have those big bats, guys that can drive guys in from first base.
Chu, for the longest while, was batting in the leadoff slot. They have bumped him back down to third in the lineup.
Manny Acta these days is trying any and everything, trying to get a win for his team on this current road trip they're on, where they have lost 8 in a row.
Yeah, it's been a rough stretch for them, and Manny has said that With Shin-Soo Choo hitting for extra base power of late a little bit more. That's why they bumped him back down to third. Maybe drive in a few more runs as opposed to the leadoff slot. Scherzer is ahead 0-2.
Does not want to make a mistake here. No balls, 2 strikes. Execute the pitch.
One and two on Choo.
Scherzer did a lot of that. Avila called him 5 days ago against Boston. The overall numbers weren't really that good, but Max did pile up some strikeouts, and when he was able to get ahead of the Boston Red Sox hitters with 2 strikes, Avila would simply call for the ball up, and Max didn't miss the glove very often.
And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Choo goes down swinging. 2 gone.
Tigers have a little bit of a different look to their lineup here today. You've got Young in left. You have Infante getting the start at third base. Danny Worth just recalled from the minor leagues for the 5th time this year. And G-Money, Gerald Laird getting a rare start behind the dish. Alex Avila getting the beginning of this one at least off.
Miguel Cabrera is not playing defense today. He'll be the DH, so Infante slides over to third base. Cabrera is nursing a sore ankle. Here is Santana, and he looks at ball 1.
That is one of the things that Infante can do and do very well. He is going to be, by and large, the second baseman here. But he can play some third. He can play some short. He can play all 3 outfield positions as well. He is quite versatile.
And the 1-0. Ball inside. 2 balls, no strikes.
That last pitch right there, that slider down and in. So many left-handers over the course of Mac's last 9 starts have not been able to lay off this pitch. Therefore, he has racked up a ton of strikeouts, and that has become a really valuable pitch for him. Max, for the longest time, had a very difficult time getting left-handers out. That's not the problem anymore.
2-0 is swung on and missed, and a big swing there from Santana. 2-1 the count. Santana perking up a little bit lately offensively. He went through a stretch where he was struggling to drive in runs, and he said, quite frankly, I was swinging too hard, and that last swing may have been an example of that. He let it rip on 2-0.
Not only does he swing too hard, but he swings too hard with 2 strikes. And that's where you have to cut down just a little bit to try to put the ball in play.
Here's the 2-1. And Scherzer just missed that one as Laird set up outside. They didn't get the corner, though. 3-1. Cabrera at second with a double, just underway on an 82-degree day here in Detroit. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and he lost him. Ball 4. So the team leader in walks, Santana, gets his 64th of the year. And that'll keep the inning going for Michael Brantley.
In case you missed it, here's some of the numbers I was talking about in Tigers Live regarding Max Scherzer and what he's been able to do against left-handers. Last 9 starts, .230 batting average, just 1 home run allowed. But you see what lefties were doing to Max in the first 13 starts. He had little success against them, but that slider and that changeup, bearing it down, has been a nice weapon for Scherzer lately.
Here is Brantley, and he takes strike 1. Fastball outer edge.
And you know, more than likely there's going to be some contact here with Brantley. He's one of those guys that doesn't strike out a whole lot. Doesn't have much power. Really good hand-eye coordination. Having a really good year for Cleveland.
Now the 0-1, and it's a little bit high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brantley 2 out of 6 in this series. 30 doubles this year, which has been among the top numbers in the American League in that category. Here's the 1-1. That'll get back out of play. 1-2. Tigers had trouble beating the Indians to start this year, but they have taken the first 2 in this series, and As Jim Leyland always likes to say, it's not exactly who you play, it's when you play them. And right now the Indians are reeling and the Tigers are taking advantage of that. 8 consecutive losses for Cleveland. And the 1-2. Bouncing ball left side of the infield, going to find a hole. Base hit. Cabrera rounding third. He will score, and Brantley indeed puts the ball in play and knocks one in. 48th RBI of the year for Michael Brantley.
Johnny Peralta at shortstop was really overplaying Brantley up the middle. You take a look at him, he's right behind the base runner. Chu here, and Brantley able to hit that hole right between third and shortstop.
Two-out base hit drives in a run for the Indians. We'll bring up Travis Hafner. Hafner batting .230 this year, has not been good at all with men in scoring position this year. And he loops one into shallow left field, just out of the reach of Peralta. Delman's throw will be late. It's a bloop single for Hafner, and that'll help his wrist numbers.
Something that they've been able to do here against Max is something they have not been able to do in their prior 8 games on this current road trip. They have not gotten off to many leads. Therefore, with their offense, they have not been able to catch up. Not a horrible pitch by Max, and you can see Hafner's a little bit late, but he's a big, strong, physical guy. Able to fight that one right over the head of Peralta for a solid single. Well, a single. Shouldn't say solid.
Yeah, not much solid about that.
No. Lob shot.
But it worked. Here is Ezequiel Cabrera. And he takes strike 1. So this has turned into a pretty good inning for the Indians. 2 runs on 3 hits, a couple of 2-out knocks. Brantley and Hafner.
I don't know for sure, and only Max and Laird would know this, but because Carlos Santana, who is batting 4th today, they had a base open. Looked like they kind of pitched around him because he's been doing major damage lately. But the problem with that is you run into a guy like Brantley, who we pointed out is a really good contact hitter who does not strike out very much. And Brantley did a beautiful job of hitting that ball right between that huge hole he had on the left side of the infield between Peralta and Infante.
Oh, 2 on Cabrera. Runner breaks to third and no throw. It's a strike call. Didn't matter anyway. Struck him out. So Carrera's out of there, and so are the Indians. They get 2 runs on 3 hits. Here come the Tigers in the bottom of the first. Indians have jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the first inning. Here come the Tigers now, playing again in front of a packed house today. Tigers starting lineup brought to you by Big Boy. Jackson, Infante, Cabrera, your top 3. Prince Fielder is batting cleanup, and Delman Young at left. Johnny Peralta, the shortstop. Big day yesterday for Johnny. Bosch is in right. Laird and Worth will round out the lineup for the Tigers. Chris Seddon is the starting pitcher for the Indians, and he is presented today by Bill Fox Chevrolet of Rochester.
Well, they parted ways with Derek Lowe earlier in the week, and Seddon is getting the start that Lowe would have gotten. His numbers in the minor leagues very, very deserving of this outing today. He was 11-5 with an ERA under 3.5.
Didn't want too many, and so he goes to work throwing a strike to Austin Jackson. It'll be Jackson, Infante, and Cabrera, the top three for Detroit. AJ looks at a ball inside, 1-1.
And Seddon has a lot of moving parts to his delivery. He'll stop, he'll start. Elbows flying, knees flying.
Wave and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Seddon is 28 years old, born in Northridge, California. And he goes 6'4", 220. There's a drive in the air to center field. That'll drop in. Base hit. Austin Jackson leads it off with a single. Here is Omar Infante. Infante in the 2 slot in this one, batting .219.
Just 10 days ago, Seddon had a start against the Toledo Mud Hens, so I'm sure Danny Worth, who is in the starting lineup today for the Tigers, have given his team a pretty good scouting report on Seddon because no one else has seen him.
Infante showing bunt, pushing it foul. Speaking of Danny Worth, I was in the locker room today watching that start against Toledo on the television.
Right.
They had the tape going of that start. Danny Worth walked in the locker room. He just rejoined the team, his 5th stint. And on the screen, he was hitting a home run against Seddon in that game.
That's why he's in there today.
And I'm sure the scouting report will be a good one. 0-1 on Omar Infante. 3 RBIs for Omar in a Tigers uniform. Popped in the air. Shallow right field. Might be a tough play if it stays fair, and it does. It drops in. A bloop single for Omar, and the Tigers are in business. 2 on, nobody out.
Austin Jackson did not know quite what to do here. He didn't know whether Kipnis was going to catch it or not. And had Kipnis, even though he didn't catch it, had he picked that ball up on 1 bounce, he may have had a shot at Jackson at second base because Jackson did not venture off of first base very far.
So they have the big fellow set up now as Cabrera strolls in. And Miguel batting .323 has had a pretty good series. An RBI, 2 runs scored, 3 hits. Although last night they were able to keep him in check. That's in there for strike 1.
And Miguel has a huge hole on the right side of the infield because Kipnis is holding Jackson very close to that bag at second. And we know that Miguel gets a lot of hits in that direction right there. And he will go that way. His swing is tailor-made for that direction.
And he shoots one on the ground off the end of the bat. That'll stay fair, and Santana will tag him, so the runners will advance. Little cue shot off the end of the pool stick. That'll bring up Prince Fielder. Fielder has had himself a series. 5 for 7 with 4 RBIs. He's doubled. He's homered. And now a chance to tie it up with a base hit. And it's driven to center. There's your base hit. Jackson scores. They're going to hold Infante. Omar has to hustle back to the bag. It's an RBI single for Fielder.
Prince Fielder is locked in right now. We really have not seen him dialed in like he's been locked in this entire homestand here. Collectively for 3 days straight. Double, big fly. That was the other day on Friday. Also a bloop double in that game. Couple of knocks right back up the box yesterday. And then he hits an absolute seed right past Seddon for his first knock of the day here. Very seldom do you see a ball hit the center field where a guy that can run like Infante gets held up by the third base coach.
So here is Delman Young now with runners at first and third. And he fouls off the first pitch, 0-1.
And Brantley in center field does a lot of things well. Gets great jumps. He makes all the plays, but doesn't have a great throwing arm from center field. But Lamont was not going to challenge the arm of Brantley because the ball was hit so sharply by the Prince.
4 batters into this game for Detroit. They have 3 hits. Fielder, by the way, came into this game batting .387 with men in scoring position, so he'll add to that total.
And Delman Young is back in his familiar spot, batting 5th. He's had 93 starts now, batting 5th in that Tigers lineup.
Bouncing ball back up the middle. This could be 2. There's 1. Here comes the relay. Got him by half a step. Delman thought he beat it out, but the inning is over. Tigers settled for 1 run. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Strength and stability since 1849. Chrysler, now take advantage of the great deals at the Chrysler Summer Clearance Event. And by Country Fresh, created by nature, delivered by Country Fresh. Back here at the ballpark, quick start to this one. The Indians got 2 in the first. The Tigers answer with 1. And as we go to the second, Lillibridge leads it off for the Indians. He's followed by Marson and then Kipnis. Former Chicago White Sox, Boston Red Sox, and now Cleveland Indian. It's fouled back out of play. Lillibridge has played literally everywhere on the field this year. In his 3 stops this season. He was involved in that Kevin Youkilis deal. It brought Youkilis to Chicago, and then Cleveland picked him up. Wave and a miss. Scherzer overmatched him there. 1-2. Max had 2 strikeouts in the first inning. You can bet he'll be piling some up today. Scherzer has struck out 9 or more in 8 starts this year. And the 1-2 inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lou Marson waiting on deck. Getting his first start in this series. Fouled away. They picked up Lillibridge on the 24th of July from Boston. Had his best year last year power wise with Chicago, hit 13 home runs. Fouled away again. Indians showing some life in that first inning offensively against Scherzer. They had trouble scoring runs. They got 2 runs on 3 hits. RBIs for Brantley and Hafner. He tried to hold up, couldn't do it, and Lillibridge heads back to the bench.
It's a changeup by Max that Lillibridge thought was going to be right over the heart of the plate, and the ball started to tail in on him, and he tried to hold up, but went too far.
3 strikeouts now for Max. That'll bring up Lou Marson, the number 9 hitter. 4 for 11 this year against Detroit pitching. And there is strike 1 to Marson. Scherzer struck out 9 in his last start against Boston, 8 the start before that against these Indians on the road. That is a fair ball on an excuse me check swing down the right field line. Marson is on his way to second. Here comes the throw. He's going to be out by half a mile.
Wow, what a throw by Brennan Bosch. Bosch gets over and gets to this ball, and I think he is surprised that Marson is trying to stretch this single into a double and throws an absolute clothesline right into the glove on the bag to Peralta, and Marson was out by 5 feet. Peralta just kind of waiting on him.
Yeah, he was.
What a throw.
The bounce off the wall went right to Brennan Bosch, and he made a perfect throw. Ball 1 to Jason Kipnis. 2 out, nobody on. Kipnis started the game by popping up. He's 0 for 1. There's a strike on the outer edge. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 95 from Scherzer. Kipnis with 57 RBIs leads the Cleveland Indians in that category. Here's the 1-2. Just a little bit outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Kipnis is a nice player. He's had a really good year. Second year in the big leagues. Was drafted as an outfielder. Now plays second base.
His numbers at the All-Star break were probably good enough to earn him a spot on the All-Star team at that position, but apparently there was no room for Kipnis. Maniacus certainly felt that he deserved it. Again, the 2-2 inside, 3-2. Really hadn't been in the big leagues all that long. Came up last year and really impressed, I think, all of us that saw him play in his rookie season. Here's the 3-2. Splintered bat, and it rolls foul.
Max has a lot of confidence in his slider and his changeup these days, especially to left-handed batters. Even in a 3-2 count right there to Kipnis, he pulled the string on him. And by pulling the string on him on that first 3-2 pitch, I mean, he could climb the ladder right now at about 95, 96 and possibly get a swing and miss, because Kipnis, in the back of his mind, may be thinking about the off-speed pitch because he just got one in a 3-2 count.
Fouled away. Fastball that time. 8-pitch at bat here for Kipnis. Fister last night never threw more than 7 pitches in any at bat. He was absolutely masterful. Swing and a miss. Scherzer strikes him out at 96. That's 4 of them now for Max. Let's go to the bottom of the second. Trade that they have made. They picked up a utility man, Jeff Baker, from the Chicago Cubs, and this season was batting .269 with Chicago, and maybe one of the key stats, Rod, career against lefties .304.
I think that's why they got him. And 25 homers, 97 runs driven in his career against left-handed pitchers, and the Tigers have struggled a little bit this year against lefties, so no doubt he'll help out there.
And the Tigers gave up 2 minor league players to be named later, so we'll see who those players end up being.
Yeah, Dave Dombrowski continues to tinker with the roster. Really didn't do anything right at the trade deadline, although he made a move before the trade deadline, acquiring Sanchez and Infante from the Miami Marlins, but you can always add to your roster.
Johnny Peralta starting things off here in the second. Peralta, Bosch, and Laird. That's hammered in the air to right center field. Hit well. That ball is way back and up against the wall in right center. Peralta will go to second and pull in with a double.
Peralta tripled in yesterday's game. He hit one right in that same area that neither Chu or Brantley could run down. And this is a really good sign right now to see Johnny Peralta staying on the baseball, using the lower half of his body, getting really good direction with the hands, and of course when you do that you make contact with a bad angle as he did here, and you can drive that ball off the gate in right center field. It's a good swing by Johnny.
And so the Tigers wasting little time in putting the tying run in scoring position. That's their 4th hit of the game. It'll bring up Bosch. And he looks at strike 1 from Chris Seddon.
Yeah, Brennan's got a job to do here. Nobody out. You have a runner on second base. You have to at least get him over to third base, preferably, and drive him in if you want to pad your stats and get another RBI.
Might as well. He's got 46 RBIs this year. He loops that one toward left. It'll go foul. Nice catch. By the way, this game is available in high definition today on Fox Sports Detroit HD, sponsored by Xfinity from Comcast. Another big crowd. This is something we're getting used to night in and night out, day in and day out. Not too many seats to be had here at the ballpark. And after some rain early this morning, it is cleared out. Sun is shining. 82 degrees. Here's the 0-2. A little bit high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bosch 4 for 9 in this series. hitting nearly 300 over the last month or so. As Laird waits on deck. Another foul back out of play.
Now's the time for the Tigers hitters, especially the ones that really didn't get off to good starts this year. Check your ego at the door. You've got 50+ games to play. Your team is in contention. Just finish strong. And if you do that, you can help the team get to where it needs to get to, and that's to the postseason.
Well, the Tigers need to put together one of those 15-game runs in which they win 12 games or so in that stretch.
That's how they got back in the race.
Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He chased out of the strike zone.
Tim Hortons is the sponsor of the defensive alignment here this afternoon for the Cleveland Indians. In the outfield, it's Cabrera, Brantley, and Chu. You have Santana at first base. He has a .995 fielding percentage over there. Kipnis, Cabrera up the middle. Littlebridge is at third, and Lou Morrison is behind the plate.
So Santana, who was behind the plate in the first couple of games, now at first base. Here is Gerald Laird. Alex Avila gets the day off today.
A rare day off. I believe on that 9-day road trip that we just came off of, Avila started 8 of the 9 games.
That surprised you?
It did.
Yeah, me too.
It did.
I know the skip has a lot of trouble taking him out of games. He just does not want to do it. But Laird has been a quality backup this year. He sends one off the end of the bat right back to the mound. Nobody covering first, so Seton will tag him. Ooh, they got fortunate there.
I'm not a huge fan of base runners head first sliding into first base. However, on this particular play, it's okay. If you're Gerald Laird, one, you're trying to be safe by head first sliding. It doesn't get you there any faster, but you're also trying to avoid contact with the starting pitcher here, Seton. So many times the pitchers will run into the baseline, and then there will be contact, and I'm not so sure that Seton even got him.
It looked like if he did get him on the backside, it was late.
The angle where Sam Holbrook was, the first base umpire, was one where he really couldn't see that Seton actually missed Gerald Laird.
Well, here is Danny Worth now with 2 outs. Runner at third. Danny back up for the 5th time from AAA this year.
Let's take one more look. He initially misses him. Then he finally gets him on the backside. But it looks like the left hand of Laird is on the bag when the glove actually makes contact with G Money.
Tommy Brookins was arguing with first base umpire Sam Holbrook. And G Money coming out now, and apparently he may have been tossed. Otherwise, he wouldn't come out like this.
That's not good.
Which means Avila is not going to get a day off, apparently. And here comes Leland now to take Laird away from Joe West.
That's terrible. I don't know what Laird said. Apparently he said something that Sam Holbrook or Joe West didn't appreciate, but wow. That's a quick hook here today.
Sam Holbrook, the first base umpire, and Laird is steamed right now for getting tossed out of this game. And Avila, thinking he's got the day off, is going to be pressed into duty, apparently. Laird continues to plead his case with Rob Drake. Now Joe West pointing fingers into the Tiger dugout. Come on, Country Joe, let's just play. And then Leland says, come on now, take care of your own business. Now the Skippers get thrown out of the game. Well, Leland now is going to get his money's worth. All of this because of a missed call at first base, so the Tigers had reason to argue. Joe West has now thrown Jim Leland out of the game. And it was Joe West that was pointing his finger into the Tigers dugout because apparently there was more chirping coming from the Tiger dugout. So the home team now will be short a manager and a catcher. Leland's getting fired up. And Joe West apparently has heard enough, so he's going to turn away. Here's that play. It's clearly safe. Gerald doesn't say a whole lot.
This much we do know: when Country Joe West drops his new CD, Leland's not going to go buy it.
I think he just took him off his mailing list.
Yeah, he's not going to buy it.
No use. Save the postage. So Leland gets a round of applause. He's been ejected from the game. And he'll hand the lineup card over to Lloyd McClendon. And a few parting shots for the skipper as Country Joe watches him walk down the stairs and back into the clubhouse. Well, back to business we go now. The Tigers down by a run. They have Peralta at third with 2 outs. And Danny Worth at the plate.
If you weren't with us an inning ago, we told you that Seddon had a start on July 26th against the Toledo Mud Hens. And my broadcast partner told all of us that Danny Worth homered in that game against Seddon.
Good karma going today. Maybe it's going to happen right here again. Here's the 1-0. Instead, it's a line drive to first, caught by Santana, and the inning is over. So the Tigers get a leadoff double but fail to score him. A couple of ejections as well. Detroit is brought to you by Arby's. Stop by Arby's today and try the Market Fresh Turkey Asiago Sandwich only at Arby's. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Back here at the ballpark, we have a new catcher behind the dish. As we explained, it'll be Alex Avila, who is going to have the day off, but guess what? His day now has just begun. Avila will take over for Gerald Laird, who's been ejected.
Who's the emergency catcher these days for the Tigers since Don Kelly no longer with the club?
You haven't heard? It's you.
They got no shot.
Get your gear just in case.
They got no shot if they try to put me back there.
Well, it was going to be Rayburn, but he is on the disabled list with Danny Worth coming back up, so that's a really good question. Cabrera and then Chu and then Santana. Tigers trail 2-1 as we go to the third. There's a bouncing ball foul. 0-2 on Asdrubal. Cabrera had a double, scored a run back in the first. The Tiger starter Max Scherzer gave up 2 in the first inning. He has struck out 4 already in this game. Ball high, 1-2. that's lifted in the air. Center field for Jackson, and Austin will make the play. One gone.
Talked about Max and his ability to really maneuver his way through good left-handed batters these days. Take a look at this pitch-by-pitch sequence here. A couple of fastballs right by Chu, 95. Then he changes the eye level, goes up, and then back down to the bottom with the change piece. And that's how you pitch. That's a really nice job there. Really nice pitch sequence there to Chu, first time up today.
Let's see what happens here in the second time. Chu showing bunt. In there for a strike, 0-1. Shin-Soo was batting .310 as a leadoff hitter, so it wasn't as if he wasn't doing well, but again, he has had the ability to drive in runs more so than Kipnis, so they put him back down to third in the lineup. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Chu will hit the free agent market here soon, and there are many that believe that the Cleveland Indians will not be able to afford him.
Well, it wasn't long ago that he was a back-to-back 2020 guy, 20 homers, 20 stolen bases, 09 and then 2010, but injury slowed him down last year.
Hit 300 those years too. Good arm from the outfield.
Slapped foul down the left field line. Santana waiting on deck. Indians batting. They are leading 2-1 here in the finale of the series. Tigers in search of the sweep. Two balls, 2 strikes.
You got a feel for Gerald Laird. He doesn't get a chance to play all that often.
I know it.
Gets 1 inning in, 1 at bat, and has to go shut it down.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and really on the other end, I don't know if players actually totally tune out mentally when you're getting a day off like Avila was to get today, but now he's got to really kind of recharge quickly and get into this game. He is involved obviously in every pitch, so he's had to get it going here. The 3-2 in the air toward left, hit well. Delman Young going back. This ball is going to carry and gone. It's out of here. Shin-Soo Choo has just hit his 13th. And the wind may have helped it out a bit.
The wind may have given him a little bit of a lift, but also that 96-mile-per-hour fastball that he threw to Chu also helped out in him driving this ball out of the yard the opposite way.
Here is Carlos Santana. Three to 1. The Indians now lead by 2 again. They have 5 hits on the afternoon. And Santana takes ball 2. Carlos had a base on balls in the first. He scored a run. He's walked a couple of times in this series. Does not have a hit. And he drives this one to center field. A lot of room out there for Jackson. 2 gone. Let's check into the studio now. Time for a game break. Here's Ryan Field. All right, Ryan, thank you. Here it is 3-1 in favor of the Indians. They've added another on the home run by Chu. Brantley looks at a ball outside. Michael had a single to drive in a run his first time up. Here is Scherzer's 1-0. Way outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Max in his career against the Indians is 5-4, but his ERA is a little bit elevated against the Tribe. 5.09 in 10 career starts. Nearly a strikeout per inning in his career against Indians hitters. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside again, 3-0.
And Ryan Field back in the Coliseum studio today, and Ryan did a really nice job in Boston. He interviewed Max Scherzer's dad, Brad, for a Tigers Live, and what a great interview that was.
That's in there for a strike, 3-1. That really was tremendous, and I think did a really good job. Ryan did of catching the emotion of his dad, Brad, and of course the tragic loss of Max's brother.
Talked about how baseball has really just kind of brought their family back together after that death of their son.
That's driven deep into right and off the wall. Bosch will play it on a hop, throws to second, not in time. Two-base hit for Michael Brantley, and he's 2 for 2.
Brendan got turned around a little bit in the outfield after Brantley turns on this 3-1 95-mile-per-hour fastball, but I don't think he makes the play anyway off the wall. But he gets the ball back in, but a nice hustling double for Brantley.
And for an Indians team that is really struggling offensively, they have 6 hits already now in this game.
Well, sooner or later, you knew that they would wake up. Tigers were hoping they would wake up after they left Comerica Park today.
Here's Travis Hafner. Outside, 1-0 on Hafner. Bloop single knocked in a run. That was back in the first inning, and he came in batting just 121 with men in scoring position. This from a guy that routinely early in his career was knocking in 100 runs. And Hafner looks at a strike. 1-1 on Travis. Welcomed the second child into the Hafner family the other day, Trip Hafner.
That's a cool name.
Yeah, it is cool. Little baby boy. 2 sons now for Travis. Hafner was actually back here yesterday from paternity leave. However, he had a sore back. It was acting up on him, so he did not play. That's fouled off at home plate. In his 10th season now in a Cleveland Indians uniform, Travis Hafner.
Looks like Travis still hanging out in that weight room.
Broad shoulders, a lot of muscle. He has hit 10 home runs on the season so far.
I used to have a body like that.
How long ago was that?
It was a long time ago.
Here's the 1-2. Did you hang out in the gym all the time?
I sure did.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
No, I've never looked like that.
Ezekiel Cabrera is waiting on deck.
And Tigers know there's a pretty good chance that Brantley might take off from second base to steal third, but they're really not all that concerned with him.
Outside. Fill it now, 3-2. Scherzer gave up 2 in the first, 1 here in the third on the home run by Chu. 67 pitches now as we play here in the third.
Tigers bullpen's in outstanding shape, thanks to what Doug Fister did last night to this Cleveland Indians offense. Complete game for Doug, and he was masterful.
3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Down he goes, and Scherzer has another strikeout. 5 on the afternoon for Max. Several times in the broadcast today, the Tigers offense since the All-Star break has been really good at home, averaging almost 6 runs per game. And their average with men in scoring position 319, so certainly a 2-run deficit is not a whole lot to overcome early on in this game. Tigers have had a couple of ejections. Jim Leland tossed out of the game along with Gerald Laird, so Lloyd McClendon in charge of the lineup card now. Chris Seton back to the hill facing the top of the Tigers lineup. It'll be Jackson, Infante, and Miguel Cabrera. That's drilled to right center field. It's going to get down, base hit, and more. All the way to the wall. This has triple written all over it. Jackson on his way to third. He is in there standing up. Second hit of the game for Austin Jackson.
Austin Jackson had a rough night last night. He struck out 3 times in the ball game, but he has jumped right back on that horse, and he is riding it very nicely here today. What an outstanding swing this is by Austin Jackson.
Triples alley out there in right center field, and the Tigers very quickly have something going here in the third. 3-1 Cleveland. Tigers stranded a leadoff double in the second. Now they get a leadoff triple here in the third. Infante 1 for 1 with a single. And he pops it up left side of the infield. Lillibridge hauls it in, 1 gone. So that's a start for Seton. But now he's got the big boys to deal with. Here comes Cabrera. Miguel is 0 for 1 in this game. 88 runs driven in this year as he marches again toward 100 RBIs. Ball 1 to Miguel. .349 entering play today with men in scoring position. That's for the season. Here's the 1-0. Big rip fouled straight back, 1-1.
Oh, what a cut. That's one thing about Miguel Cabrera. As far as he hits balls and as much damage as he does, you never ever see him over swinging. Very seldom is Miguel Cabrera off balance.
He watches that one into the glove, but it missed. 2 balls and 1 strike.
He's also gone to his no stride approach, which he picks and chooses which pitchers he'll decide to stride against or which pitchers he'll simply lift that left heel off the ground, but he keeps his toe on the dirt. And that's when he figures a guy's not really going to challenge him with any fastballs. Lots of off-speed stuff.
Swing and a miss.
It's a 91-mile-per-hour fastball there by Seton that he threw by Miguel.
And he missed with that one, so run at full now, 3-2. Cabrera was taken out of last night's game late because of the ankle. He's been being bothered by a sore ankle the last couple of days. So today he's DHing. Trying to pick up Jackson, who led the inning off with a triple. Seton, meanwhile, trying to maneuver around a lot of trouble here in the third. Fouled back out of play. 3-2 the count stays on Miguel Cabrera. Sedna's had big league time previously with Seattle and Miami. Originally was a draft pick of the Tampa Bay Rays. That was in the 5th round back in 01. He's pitched a lot of years in the minor leagues. And again the 3-2. Ground ball first base side, diving stop. Santana has only one play, but Cabrera gets the job done. He drives in a run.
Yeah, Miguel, very, very difficult to get past when runners are in scoring position. He's going to put the ball in play somewhere, and here's where Santana benefited by having the glove on the left hand. Had it been Kochman over there, and Kochman's pretty good, much more difficult play for a left-handed throwing first baseman.
So Cabrera picks up the RBI. That'll be number 89 on the year. And here's Fielder with the bases empty. 3-2 ball game. Tigers back to within 1. And Prince hits a ground ball foul first base side. Fielder got the Tigers on the board back in the 1st with an RBI single. He is just mashed in this series now. 6 for 8.
Everything that he has hit right on the screws.
.312 batting average now, and Fielder has 78 RBIs. Left the strike zone there, 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Popped up. Right side of the infield. Kipnis at second to end the inning. However, the Tigers make good on the leadoff triple by Jackson. Two-ball game now as the Tigers get a run back. We go to the 4th inning. Time now for the Farmers Insurance report card. And here are the numbers on Scherzer. You see, got off to a very slow start this year. An ERA of over 7 in April, but it has steadily improved.
And it's one of the reasons why the Tigers have really started to play a much better baseball in the month of July, and now here in the month of August. Their starting rotation, pretty much to a man, has stepped up.
Ezekiel Cabrera leads it off. Shows bunt. Looks at strike 1. Cabrera, Lillibridge, and Marson, the 7, 8, 9 men in Manny Acta's lineup.
Cabrera will swing in a real hot stick down in the minor leagues before getting called up, and he's had a decent series here. First couple of games.
Looks like he has another knock. He does. A leadoff single.
He tripled twice in yesterday's game. Max will also have to pay some attention to Cabrera. He's got some speed.
He'll bring up Lillibridge. "26 stolen bases this year down at AAA for Ezekiel." Lillibridge is 0 for 1. 1 of 5 strikeouts for Scherzer in this game. He struck out back in the second. And he shows bunt. Strike 1. Three runs, 7 hits for the Indians today. The Tigers 2 runs on 5 hits.
I was kind of surprised that Lillibridge squared around 2 sacrifice on that first pitch from Max. The Cleveland Indians have only 8 sacrifice bunts as a team this year, which is by far the fewest in the majors. They don't give away outs usually. I mean, it's August 5th.
Yeah, that's a really low number for this time in the season. Runner goes. He's showing bunt again, and he fouls it off. 0-2 the count on Lillibridge. They had Cabrera on the move.
It's a good thing that he did foul it off, because Cabrera had a huge jump over from first base. Lillibridge tried to get it back, it looked like, or stabbed at it. Must have been some miscommunication there.
That's what I'm thinking.
You don't usually see a guy take off to steal and then the batter bunting.
No balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. A very unproductive at bat for Brent Lillibridge.
The Tigers host the New York Yankees for a 4-game showdown at Comerica Park tomorrow through Thursday. Tickets are still available. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. You know Cabrera is going to try to steal on one of the first 2 pitches, and Lloyd McClendon, who is the acting manager, might want to put a pitch out on and help Avila throw him out. He's not going to stay at first base very long.
Lou Marston had a single in his first at bat. There's the quicker move by Scherzer as he fired one over there. Marston tried to stretch his single to a double and was thrown out by Brendan Bosch.
Looks like Gene Lamont is handling the running game here.
Another throw back and a swipe tag there by Prince. That was close.
Those last 2 throws it's all part of the process. And we might see a pitch out. They know he's on the move.
That's in for a strike. 0-1. Marston at 256. There's your pitch out, but Cabrera not going anywhere.
I'd do it again.
How often do you recall seeing back-to-back pitch outs? Not very often, right?
Not very often, but he's going to run. And you know he's going to run. And Max has shown the ability not to show some of the bouts of wildness that he had earlier this year. So you don't really worry about him if you do put him behind the 8 ball with a 2-1 count of him walking Lou Marston, the number 9 hitter.
Leadoff single by Cabrera. He's standing at first base with one out. 1 ball, 1 strike on Lou Marson, the number 9 hitter for Cleveland. Big lead at first base. And the runner bluffs a swing and a miss. Now it's 1-2. There goes the runner. It swung on and missed. Throw down to second base. Got him. A strike him out, throw him out.
Outstanding job all the way around. Scherzer did a nice job holding him. Avila with a really good throw to second base.
7 strikeouts for Max. Avila's throw is on the money. Three to 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Max Scherzer with 7 strikeouts already in this game through 4 innings. Seddon has gone 3 innings, giving up 2 earned runs in just his 5th major league start. And the Tigers 3 through 5 in this series are 13 for 29. And we had some fireworks back in the 2nd inning today.
Well, Gerald Laird appeared to be safe on this play. He was called out by Sam Holbrook, and a little mini protest from Gerald Laird, and Laird went back to the dugout, and then someone tossed him. It appeared to be Holbrook that gave the heave-ho to Laird, and then it was Country Joe West who gave Jim Leland an early exit this afternoon too.
Well, the Tigers are down a catcher and a skipper here this afternoon, and they are also down a run as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Delman Young leads it off. And he looks at strike 1 from Chris Seddon.
Seddon has not shown any signs whatsoever that he's going to be able to slow this Tigers offense down, which has averaged 6 runs a game for a few weeks now.
Tigers got him for a run in the 1st, a run in the 3rd. They had a leadoff double in the 2nd, but failed to score him. Delman knocked into a double play back in the 1st inning. And he pops this one foul back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Delman Young. Peralta and Bosch to follow here in the 4th. Here's the 1-2. Ball high. The 2012 season is the 12th season of minor league baseball this year for Seddon. He just got the call up with Derek Lowe being designated for assignments. That has popped up. Foul ground. The pitcher gives way to the first baseman. Santana makes the play.
Pink out at the park on September 5th when the Tigers play the Indians at 7:05. $18 ticket packages include a Pink Tigers Breast Health Awareness T-shirt. For tickets, visit tigers.com/pinkout.
Didn't fool you today.
No, I read it today, actually.
Did you practice it?
No, I just kind of read it yesterday. I just kind of looked at it and just kind of gave it back to Chucky. And I thought the number was going to be there, but it was one of those /.coms.
Here is Johnny Peralta. And he fouls it away 0-1. Johnny had that double back in the second, led things off with a 2-base hit, got as far as third base, but that was it. Here's the 0-1. Backed him out of there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tigers are wrapping up this series, and then the next 4 nights here at the ballpark should be a whole lot of fun with the Yankees coming in. Big series against the Bombers. That'll get back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Is this the time of the year in your mind that managers, players, coaches start paying attention to the scoreboard?
I think it actually has already begun, especially the Tigers getting themselves behind the 8 ball so much at the early goings of this season. You go into their clubhouse on any given day, they're watching the White Sox game if the White Sox are playing, and I'm sure the White Sox are doing the same thing. They will probably tell you they're not paying much attention to it, but they are.
Yeah, it's a good point, because in Boston on that last day they were huddled around the television watching the White Sox at the end of the White Sox Minnesota game.
This much I promise you. Jim Leland's probably down there in that Tigers clubhouse right now with one eye on this game and the other eye on that White Sox game.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Johnny Peralta. Well, the Angels gave the Tigers some help last night, winning over the White Sox, pulling the Tigers to within 1.5. And there is ball 4. Peralta is on base again. There you have it. Chicago at 58-48. Tigers a game and a half out. Cleveland 8.5 back. Yes, that extra wild card team is nice, but you really prefer to win your division, because if you're playing a one-and-done game, that is not the best way of getting into the playoffs, not to mention that you probably have to throw your ace in that game. Bosch checks his swing, rolls one toward third. Going to be a tough play. Lillibridge on the bare hand throws him out. 2 gone. That'll bring up Avila. It'll be Alex's first at bat after taking over for the ejected Gerald Laird. Avila batting .245. A pretty good series. Couple of RBIs. He has doubled. He's 3 for 8. Tigers today have been out hit 7-5. They have the tying run, though, at second base with 2 outs. And Avila takes ball 1 inside.
Seddon is not overpowering. His fastball's gotten up to 91 miles an hour in this game, but 72% of the 51 pitches he has thrown have been fastballs.
He'll shoot that one towards short, out of the reach of Cabrera. Here comes the runner rounding third, and he'll score. It's a 2-out RBI hit for Avila, and we are tied.
Just got finished telling you that Chris Seddon had given the Tigers a heavy dose of fastballs. This one's at 91. Really good at bat by Avila, just out of the reach of the outstretched glove of Cabrera, their shortstop.
Avila goes the other way and ties this ball game up with 2 outs as Peralta comes around to score. So the base on balls for Seddon hurts him here in the 4th. It's a 3-3 game. And here's Danny Worth. He can give the Tigers the lead. Worth lined out to the first baseman his first time up. Ball 1 low.
Good base running by Avila as well, watching the throw from Cabrera, the left fielder. And once it was not cut by Lillibridge, the third baseman, he was able to get down in the scoring position without a play from Lou Morrison, the catcher.
A couple of guys here in this at bat squaring off, natives of Northridge, California, both Danny Worth and Chris Seddon. Quite a few big league players from Northridge, the Weaver brothers, Jared and Jeff. Ryan Kalish, just saw him in Boston. He's from Northridge. It's fouled straight back. 2 balls, 1 strike. 6 Tigers hits now.
Danny Worth, of course, played his college ball at Pepperdine University. Real nice campus.
How do you ever get any work done at Pepperdine?
I don't know. Then Pamela Anderson used to go to all the Pepperdine games. She was a season ticket holder. You knew that, didn't you?
I did know that. Yeah, absolutely. Their sons were the Bat Boys, as the story goes. Here's the 2-1. Low. Marson able to block it. 3 balls, 1 strike. There are some schools that are just not conducive to studying. Pepperdine, I would think, would be one of those. Hanging out on the beach, maybe even University of Hawaii.
And with Pamela Anderson in attendance in all those games, too, it might have been tough to play. Concentration might have been an issue.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. High, ball 4.
Not for me, but maybe for some.
Right. Generally speaking, right? So put 2 aboard, bring up Jackson. Scott Brudzinski, the pitching coach, coming out now as Seddon has run into trouble here in the 4th. And it's been the base on balls. As they chat about that, we will tell you about this. You can vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game, presented by the Quarter Pounder with Cheese. Using your cell phone, text Tigers followed by a space, then the player's uniform number to 37338, or you can vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. Another gorgeous afternoon here in the Motor City. We had rain before the game. Showed up at the ballpark today. It was raining pretty hard, but that has all moved out. And another jam-packed house. Jim Leland just earlier today was talking about what it's like playing in front of these fans night in and night out. It is a special atmosphere here.
You heard the comments on Anibal Sanchez, who made his first start here at Comerica Park just a couple of days ago. He said when he walked off the mound after his outing, he had never, ever heard an applause like that. And we're talking about a guy who threw a no-hitter.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
He said it was amazing.
Jackson is 2 for 2, single and a triple. He has scored both times. Trying to give the Tigers the lead here in a 3-3 game. Seddon again coming inside, missing 2-0. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike. Avila delivering a big 2-out hit to tie it up. And that'll get back out of play. 2-2 on Jackson. We were talking about this earlier, but it's really good to see a guy like Jackson, who last night, as you mentioned, punched out 3 times, really come back and have himself a good start to this game.
Short memory.
Yeah, turn the page. Austin has hit safely in 8 straight. He did have a single his first time up. in last night's ball game before the 3 strikeouts followed. Here's the 2-2. Fouled straight back.
Here's where Austin's game has really taken another level. Even after 2 strikes most days, he did have the 3 strikeouts yesterday. You don't know how this at bat's going to turn out, but by and large, with 2 strikes, because of the new approach, the head not moving nearly as much as it did last year. Therefore, even when the pitcher does make a really good pitcher's pitch, Austin Jackson's been able to get a piece of those until he gets something that he can handle.
Swing and a miss. This one, however, results in a strikeout. That'll end the inning. The Tigers, however, tie it up on the 2-out hit by Avila. What former Indian was the first pitcher to win the Cy Young Award in both leagues? First pitcher to win the Cy Young Award in both leagues. It was a former Indians pitcher. Chew on that for a while. We'll get you the answer in a little bit. Right now we've got ourselves a tie ball game. The Tigers battling back, down by a couple of runs. They've tied it at 3. And it'll be at the top of the order. Jason Kipnis, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Shin-Soo Choo in the 5th inning. 3-7-0 for the Indians, 3-6-0 for the Tigers. Scherzer has struck out 7 already in this game, and Max throws a strike. .78 pitches for Max. He's had a couple of 25 pitch innings. Lifted in the air to left field, hit pretty well. Delman going back edge of the track, and Kipnis is out. Here is Asdrubal Cabrera. Double and a fly ball for Cabrera in this game. He's also scored a run. Tigers coming into this game had won 13 of their last 14 here at home. And when you look at their home numbers this year, they continue to play well in this ballpark. 30-21 this season. There's a ball low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera skies this one. Foul ground. Infante on a sprint gets over there and almost made a terrific play.
Omar has played in this ballpark, of course. This is his second tenure of duty in a Tigers uniform, but probably left his feet a little prematurely here. If he stays on his feet a little bit longer, he may have been able to make this play. It would have been a difficult play, but Omar has that kind of athletic ability.
Yeah, by leaving his feet as early as it did, it looked like it slowed him down just a touch.
Changes the eye level, changes everything about the play.
Meanwhile, Scherzer has him set up 1-2. And a foul at home plate. Scherzer eyeing his 8th strikeout. He's punched out 7 already in this game. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ball high, laid off. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's a nice job there by Max, climbing the ladder. Mid-90s fastball. Changing the eye level of Cabrera to see if he would swing it. He didn't. He can go a couple different ways. He can stay up there, or he can go back to the bottom of the zone with a good slider or changeup.
It's pulled towards second and into right field. Base hit.
He decided to throw him another fastball, but he left it down, and we know most left-handers love the ball down.
So Cabrera gets his 2nd hit of the game. We'll bring up Shin-Soo Choo. Max this season has recorded double-digit strikeout games 3 separate times. 15 is his high, which also represents a career high. Swing and a miss. The 15th game against Pittsburgh here at Comerica on May 20th. That was that series where Tigers pitching was piling up a boatload of strikeouts against the Pirates offense. Now the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Shin-Soo Choo homered the opposite way back in the 3rd, his 13th of the year. Here's the 1-1 from Max. Ball inside, 2-1. The home run that he gave up to Choo was his 20th allowed this year, which is a team high. Runner back.
Max in his last 9 starts had been doing wonderful work against left-handed batters. We pointed that out, but today having his issues with the left-handers. Of the 8 hits the Tribe have today, 7 have come off the bats of lefties.
That'll go foul.
And the majority of them have come on fastballs. Max has been fastball happy today, whereas in the past that slider and the changeup had been a really good weapon for him against left-handed batters. He might want to get back to that.
2-2. Go ahead run at first base. That's Cabrera. 3-3 game in the 5th. Checked it. So it'll fill now at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
It's always risky when you run a guy like Cabrera from first base who does not have true base stealer speed, and you have a strikeout pitcher on the mound like Max. If Cabrera does not get a good jump and there's a swing and miss, Avila will have a really good opportunity at throwing him out at second.
Runner goes, and it's a foul ball pulled down the first base line. Scherzer has gone to 6 3-ball counts in this game. Pitch count piling up now here in the 5th inning. He has 91, but he has 7 strikeouts, which is always a part of that. This time Scherzer throws back. Max came into this game leading American League pitchers with over 11 strikeouts per 9 innings. He and Verlander have been among the top 3 most of the season in punch-outs in the AL. Runner goes again on 3-2, swing and a miss, but Avila unable to find the handle on it. And down goes Chu. It's 8 strikeouts now for Max. Here's the Jimmy John's leaderboard in this game. Scherzer now with 159 punchouts, tying him with King Felix. Verlander is 3rd in the AL. JV will go tomorrow night against the New York Yankees in game 1 in that series. So Cabrera steals the base. He's at second now with 2 outs, and here is Santana. And this, by and large, this season has been one of the problems for the Indians. Their guys that they are counting on to produce runs have had difficulty hitting with runners in scoring position. Talked about Hafner in the low 100s. Santana 238. Runner breaks for 3rd with no throw and no chance for Avila. So 2 stolen bases for Asdrubal Cabrera.
They basically gave Cabrera that stolen base. Jacoby Ellsbury stole a couple of bases in that Boston series with 2 outs, and the infield relaxed, not paying attention to him, and Gerald Laird didn't even attempt to throw the ball down to third base in those games.
There's a base hit into right field, and Santana comes through. He knocks in a run, and the Indians retake the lead. Solid single into right field. So the Indians get their 4th run of the game. They also pick up their 9th hit. Santana gets his 47th RBI. And that'll bring up Michael Brantley. 2 for 2. Good day today for Brantley. Single, double RBI. Ball 1 outside. Off speed that time from Scherzer. And that is pulled fair off the glove of fielder. It'll go into foul territory. And they're going to hold up the runner at third base. Well, they thought about sending Santana. He was wheeling around third, but they held him up. So the Indians now have another hit. They have runners at second and third.
It's a changeup up, and it's outside, but Brantley able to get on top of that ball. It looked like it went off the glove of Prince Fielder, and by the time Danny Worth ran it down, they have a couple more runners in scoring position, second and third.
And that'll bring Jeff Jones, the pitching coach, out. Tigers have some action in their bullpen. They've ruled that last one a double for Brantley. Villarreal is the right-hander. Darren Downs is the left-hander. So Scherzer now has gone over 20 pitches for the 3rd inning in this game. And don't forget, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. So the Indians trying to tack on some runs now. They lead again 4-3. And Travis Hafner will step in. RBI single for Hafner. He's 1 for 2. And he pulls this one foul down the first base side. That'll rattle around. Hafner's first hit came with 2 outs to drive in the second run of that first inning. Here's the 0-1. Touch outside. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hafner. Scherzer now approaching 100 pitches in this game, and we're only in the 5th inning. Max threw 101 in his last start, but that was into the 7th. Fouled straight back. 1-2. There you go. There's the breakdown. 64 of which are strikes. One thing the Tigers don't have to worry about today is the bullpen, with the way Doug Fister pitched yesterday, going the complete game victory. And the 1-2. Lifted back out of play, left field line. Double-digit hits today for the Indians. 10 hits on the board. They lead 4-3. Ezekiel Cabrera waiting on deck. Way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There was a time when I would not say this, but if you're Max, Hafner's the guy you want to attack. And the guy in the on deck circles had a really nice series, Cabrera, and was real hot when they called him up from AAA a couple of days ago. And you pointed this out earlier. Hafner has been struggling this year with runners in scoring position.
Does sound kind of funny, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
We'll see what he gets here on 2-2. And it's fouled away. Well, Hafner has not been the hitter that he once was, and injuries have done a lot to him.
And to take that step further, a couple of years ago when they were calling Hafner Prunk when he was doing major damage, they probably wouldn't even pitch to him in this situation. Base open, 2 outs, close game.
Only had 4 straight years of over 100 RBIs, but he hasn't done that since 2007. Way outside, and the count goes full now, 3-2, as Max misses with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. They have 2 men on, runners at second and third. You've got Santana and Brantley. A run in already on the RBI hit by Santana. Max allowed 2 in the first, 1 in the third, and now 1 here in the 5th. His teammates have come back several times in this game. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Scherzer gets another strikeout, his 9th of the game. They take the lead, though, and you're watching Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. Go to the bottom of the fifth inning here at Comerica Park, and it is time now for today's Ace Hardware Scott's fan poll question of the game. Of these four pitchers, who would you least like to face in a one-game playoff? A. Jared Weaver, B. Felix Hernandez, C. Zach Greinke, or D. Jake Peavy? Enter your vote by texting ACE and then a space. The letter answer to 37338. Final results coming up post-game on Tigers Live. So the Tigers again will need to battle back. Here is Omar Infante leading it off, and he looks at ball one from Chris Seddon.
And with the new wild card added this year, there's going to be a situation where those teams that win that final wild card spot, they're going to have to face a really good pitcher in an elimination game.
And you're going to have to throw your best out there too. And if you do win that game, your best is gone at least for game one of the playoffs. 2 balls, 1 strike on Omar Infante. Cabrera, fielder to follow. We're in the bottom of the fifth. High towering drive to left, way back to the track, to the wall, and gone. And it didn't take long for the Tigers to tie it up as Infante hits his first with the Tigers this year. Omar's second hit of the day.
Omar Infante, the last time he was up, there was a runner on third, less than 2 outs, and he popped up on this exact same pitch. On this 90-mile-per-hour fastball, Infante did not miss it. Over the Tigers bullpen.
Not a cheapie there for Omar. 4-4 game, 7th hit of the game for the Tigers, and Cabrera takes a ball outside. So that would have been gone when Omar was here the first time before the outfield fence was drawn in. Well over the bullpen into the seats. The 2-0. High, 3 balls, no strikes on Cabrera.
Infante telling Santiago, you're not the only one with that sneaky power.
There's the 3-0 pitch coming. By the way, you raised the question as ball 4 is delivered to Cabrera. Who would be the emergency catcher? We looked it up. Santiago is the only other, well, I shouldn't say only, but one of the guys we noticed that actually caught in the minor leagues.
I think Danny Wirth did he over the years, not in a game, but I think he has taken that catcher's glove in spring training. He's caught a little bit in the bullpen, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm thinking Danny Wirth has done some of that in the past.
Here's Prince Fielder. The reason we bring that up is that Gerald Laird was ejected earlier today, and Avila catching now. And Prince turns away from a ball inside. 1-0.
And Prince stands right on top of the dish and dares you to throw the ball inside. And for a big guy that has the kind of power that he has in his bat is lightning quick too.
Tigers with single runs in the first, third, fourth, and fifth. Well, the go-ahead run is on now with Cabrera at first base. Prince with a big cut. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Hot, humid day today. And Seddon's jersey is literally soaked with sweat.
Popped up, back toward the seats and out of play. 1-2 on Fielder.
Seddon, for the most part, has thrown a lot of fastballs, but he has picked his spots with the breaking ball, and he got away with one right here. To Prince with 2 strikes. It's a hanger. That was the previous breaking ball, not the last one. That was not a hang.
No, that one was not. There's the ball outside. 2-2 the count. Home run by Infante. That tie the game will walk to Cabrera. Young waiting on deck. And a ball outside. 3-2 on Prince Fielder.
And with Cabrera being a little gimpy down at first base, 3-2 count. I don't know if they'll be running him or not. Don't think so, though. Trying to stay out of the double play.
Runner holding, and it's cued foul. Fielder singled in a run in the first. He popped up in his last at bat. Maniac's team has not been able to hold a lead on several occasions today. They led 3-1 at one point. And again the 3-2. And again it's fouled back out of play. Prince's average up to .311 with his base hit today. 79 thrown now by Chris Seddon. And the ninth pitch of this at bat coming up to Prince Fielder. Driven toward left center field. That ball is hit well. Cabrera is going back, and he runs it down right in front of the wall. And Cabrera has to scamper back to the bag at first base. Prince hit that one good, but it just didn't have enough to get out.
It also helps to have a guy in left field that has the kind of speed that Cabrera has. He literally ran this one down.
Maniac coming out. That appears to be it for Seddon. And the right-hander Allen coming in. So it's a Wellside Windows pitching change here. We'll step aside. Seddon departs in a 4-4 game. A gorgeous afternoon for baseball. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen, we are happy to have you with us here this afternoon. Brady Klima is our producer, and Mark Isofano, our director today. And we've had an entertaining game. The Tigers have fallen behind a couple of times. They've come back a couple of times. And Indians now have gone to the bullpen. They will pluck out Cody Allen.
We saw Allen last night, and his numbers are very good in the few outings that he has had so far this year in the majors.
So Allen now will face Delman Young with 1 out, 1 on, 1 run in. And Delman looks at a strike. Up with the right hand goes Joe West.
Nice breaking ball there from Allen, and a nice call by Morrison, knowing that Delman loves to swing at those first pitch fastballs. First pitch anything, really.
There's the fastball that missed low and away, 1-1. Allen has a good arm. He has made a quick ascension through the minor leagues for the Indians. In fact, he was called up on July the 20th for the first time this year, but he was drafted last season. Trying to settle things down now for the Indians in a 4-4 game. And that's drilled to center field. Brantley is on the move. Two outs. It's going to bring up Johnny Peralta. Double and a walk for Johnny today, plus a run scored. The home run by Infante tying it up here in the 5th. It's a 4-4 game. In there for strike 1. Johnny, former Cleveland Indian, spent 8 seasons wearing Indians colors. Ball low, 1-1. Ground ball back up the middle. Cabrera flips to second for the force, and the inning is over. Not before Omar ties it up. Home run for Infante. Some of the Tigers prospects, including one of this year's top draft choices, Jake Thompson, a right-handed pitcher pitching down in rookie ball in the Gulf Coast League, is off to a really nice start in his Tigers career. Obviously, Garcia we've seen in spring training, Rod, and at Erie he's doing some good work.
Well, it's good to see some of the minor league kids with those good numbers. Garcia, he was in Boston, wasn't he? Didn't he come over there?
He was with Castellanos, yes. Yeah, they made the trip over. They had an off day from the minor leagues. And Suarez, good-looking shortstop that a lot of folks are very high on. And here's Brian Villarreal now. He'll take over out of the Detroit bullpen.
Eye-popping numbers for Brian Villarreal. This year, he has just come in with fastballs, 96 miles an hour and above, and a really good slider, and gets lots of swings and misses.
And he will face the bottom of the Cleveland lineup. Ezekiel Cabrera leads it off, showing bunt, and he missed it. Well, they say he didn't offer. 1 ball and no strikes. Lillibridge and then Marson to follow. He slaps that one in the air, foul, back out of play. I thought he won on that bunt, but apparently he didn't. Let's see. Did he offer?
Close.
One ball, 1 strike on Ezekiel Cabrera. There's a bunt that's popped up foul, so he's unable to lay it down, and now he's got 2 strikes in the count.
It's hard to bunt a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. It's hardened to deaden a ball that's coming at that fast a pace and place it where you need to place it to get yourself an infield single.
Rolled foul. Cabrera with a single. He was caught stealing back in the 4th. He's had 5 hits in this series. Was called up at the start of the series. Johnny Damon was designated for assignment. And Ezekiel was tearing it up down at AAA. In fact, in the second half, he was hitting over 400 after the All-Star break. Ball low, 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch in the air, shallow center, and Jackson has to play it on 1 hop.
Carrera's on fire.
That he is. 2 more hits today.
We talked about the year that Albuquerque had last year, and the numbers for Albuquerque were sensational. But Brian Villarreal, for the most part, his numbers are strikingly similar to the numbers that Albuquerque was putting up through this time a season ago.
Yeah, they're right there. I mean, the strikeout's not quite as high, but the ERA is better. Very similar. Lillibridge, the batter, he's showing bunt, and he lays it foul.
Might not be long before we see Albuquerque. He is in AAA now. He's on the mend.
Well, he pitched 1/3 last night in a rain-shortened game with Toledo. Albuquerque coming back from right elbow surgery. Should he return to the form he had last year, what a weapon that would be. 0-1 on Lillibridge. Runner goes, and it's fouled back. 0-2 on Brent. Lillibridge has struck out twice in this game. Scherzer struck out 9 in 5 innings of work. Handing the baseball over here to Villarreal in the 6th. And that'll get fouled down the right field line. Which gives Max 9 games this year of 9 or more strikeouts. That's why he has been top 3 in strikeouts all year for the most part. But he allowed 10 hits in this game today. No balls, 2 strikes on Brent Lillibridge.
Really, since Max has put on a Tigers uniform, not many pitchers in the American League have struck out more than he. His numbers are right up there in the top 5.
Yeah, they are, and he's averaged about 11 per 9 innings. Swing and a miss, and it's been a tough day for Lillibridge. 3 punch outs. 1 gone. Time for a game break now. Back to the studio we go with Ryan Field. Let's go, Heron. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. We'll keep our eyes on that one.
Field sounds well rested, doesn't he? After making that 9-day road trip with us through Cleveland, Toronto, and Boston.
Yeah, it was a long one.
A couple of days off. He's sounding awfully fresh today.
There's a strike called on Lou Marson.
Cabrera wants to steal a base, but he also understands that Villarreal on the mound has lightning quick feet and a very quick move over to first. Therefore, he can't get as big a lead as he had when Max was in the game.
Here's the 0-1 pitch out, and nothing happening.
It's not a good pitch out there by Villarreal. One of the things that you don't want to do as a pitcher, when the pitch out is called, you don't want to slow down to tip to the base runner that you're going to throw a pitch out. You could see he was very deliberate there. You have to use your same delivery and just throw the ball outside. You know the catcher's going to be there. But he threw that like he was afraid to throw it.
Now Brian has fallen behind 2-1 on Lou Marson.
It's the second time the Tigers have pitched out here today with Cabrera on first base. Is Gene Lamont handling the signs today? With Leland being bounced from this game.
There goes the runner. There's a strike call. The throw safe. This time, Cabrera is able to sneak in ahead of the tag.
He's got good speed. Villarreal doesn't take all that long getting the ball to Avila. Avila, he knows the situation. He quickly turns his feet, makes a nice throw, although it's up. And Cabrera able to get in there before the tag of Peralta.
So Avila now will go out to the mound and have a chat with Villarreal with the runner at second.
Well, 2 different reasons for this visit. One, obviously to change the signs, whether it's the second or third sign that they're going on with a runner at second base. But also you have to factor in that the Cleveland Indians in that series in Cleveland, where we started that last road trip, they stole third base quite a bit. They have 1 steal of third today. And Cabrera is a threat to steal third.
Phil Koch checking out the action of the Tigers bullpen. And now Marson will step out. I can't help to think, Rod, that Lou Marson would make a great name for a Chevy dealership.
You think so?
Lou Marson Chevrolet. Big savings at the Summer 10 event.
I'd like to invest in it.
There you go. Here's one of his vehicles right there.
I'll buy
financing available right now.
I'll buy some stock in it.
And Lou Marson Chevrolet?
Yeah. Just on the sound alone.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Try to check it, and Lou is out of there. Well, that's 11 strikeouts now for Tigers pitching.
Well, they've been doing this all season long. Lots of strikeouts.
And they're piling up this afternoon. Here comes Lloyd McClendon, and with Jason Kipnis due, they will make a change here as Phil Koch will come in. Every strikeout today has been swinging for the Indians. So another timeout as Phil Koch is getting set to enter the fray. Villarreal is done, and we'll be back. Inning, Phil Koch will come out of the bullpen and take on the lefty Jason Kipnis. Here are the numbers on Mr. Koch this year.
And Phil comes in with a 3.56 ERA in 43 innings, giving up 55 hits this year. And he had a rough road trip. And because he had a rough road trip, he has started to tweak a few things as far as his delivery is concerned to help him get that breaking ball down and away from the left-handers. And, of course, he's got to have better location with his fastball as well.
Article in the paper today, Koch trying to find his comfort zone, working with Jeff Jones, the pitching coach.
Vince Ellis wrote that article today.
So hopefully he'll find that zone here. In his last 5 outings, the ERA 9.82. His mission here is to get Kipnis with the go-ahead runner at second base. And Kipnis takes ball 1 outside.
One area where the Cleveland bats have struggled all year long, and it's been against left-handed pitching. And because they have so many left-handers in their everyday lineup. And many teams have just simply taken the luxury of finding a left-hander to pitch against the Tribe.
1-1. Four runs, 11 hits for Cleveland. Tigers have 4 runs, 7 hits. Kipnis is 0 for 3. He laid off that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. A lot of the credit for the Tiger pen goes to the back end of it. Guys like Valverde and Benoit and Dotel, but the bullpen overall has posted some good numbers. Here's the 2-1. Bouncing ball to second. Danny Worth to his right, and that is that. So Phil Koch comes out of the bullpen, gets the out he needed to get. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. And by Toyota, brought to you by your Greater Detroit Toyota dealers. Four is our score as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at the ballpark in the series finale. Tigers trying to sweep the Indians out of town. Another big crowd here this afternoon. Kids are enjoying the ball game today. Better than 38,000 fans, and a good many of them are kids. It's a Sunday Kids Day.
They're getting a lot of sun down there today, that much is for sure.
They are indeed. Temperature's been in the 80s. The skies really cleared out after some early rain this morning. So it'll be Bosch to lead things off, then Avila, and then Danny Worth. And they are facing the left-handed offerings of Tony Sipp. Look out. First pitch comes in and hits Bosch. Put the go-ahead runner aboard.
Sipp's number is a little bit elevated this year as far as the ERA is concerned. It is approaching 5. He does have 40 strikeouts in 32 innings pitched this year and a record of no wins and 2 losses in 43 prior games.
So here is Avila. Alex came on after Gerald Laird was tossed out of the game. His only at bat resulted in an RBI hit with 2 outs. Tigers have 4 runs, 7 hits. The Indians today have 4 runs and 11 hits. Here's the 0-1. Way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sipp replacing Allen, who replaced the starter Chris Seddon today. Been a back and forth ball game all day long. Here's the 1-1 to Avila. Runner going, swing and a miss. Throw down to second is high. The tag is in time. Bosch thrown out. So even though the throw by Marson was high, still plenty of time to bring it down.
It was a hit and run. Bosch did not get a good jump because he did not want to get picked off. And usually when the hit and run is on and there's a left-hander on the mound and the hitter swings right through it, you're going to be a dead duck at second base.
1-2 on Avila. Swing and a miss. And Alex left the strike zone that time, and very quickly now 2 outs. Here's that AT&T trivia question again this afternoon. He had a little bit of a while to figure it out. What former Indian was the first pitcher to win the Cy Young Award in both leagues? The answer to that would be Gaylord Perry, who did it in '72 with the Indians, in '78 with the Padres. So that's going to be it for Sipp. And Joe Smith will bring in his side-armed offerings, and we will step aside in a 4-4 game. The 6th inning, 2 out, nobody on for the Tigers. Joe Smith will come in now for the Tribe. 47th appearance. He has 7 wins in relief, which is the most in the major league among relief pitchers.
His numbers are good overall this year. 7 wins, 2 losses, but not really that good against the Tigers.
2 of those wins have come against Detroit. Although he gave up that home run to Cabrera, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
That it was a 2-0 game. Cabrera hit a 2-run homer against him late.
Yep, that's that same game where the very next half inning they put a squeeze play on with Doug Fister on the mound, and they got the win that day against Fister.
Danny Worth batting with the bases empty. And Danny is 0 for 1. He was also walked in the 4th inning. Shoots this one on the ground, back up the middle. Asdrubal Cabrera with a spin move, and he's safe at first. Santana unable to scoop it. Inning is still alive.
Santana is not a first baseman by trade, but if you're Cabrera, you probably have to give him a better feed too.
And that's why they've charged him with an error.
Boy, he's made a lot of errors this year.
Give him another one. Here's Austin Jackson. Shoots this one toward right field, and it's caught on the run by Shin-Soo Choo. Just like that, the inning is over. 6 in the books. Tied at 4 here this afternoon on a glorious day here in downtown Detroit. And the Bernstein Advantage brings you the scouting report on the Indians. Get the Bernstein Advantage. We go to bat for you. And you can see their record by month has steadily declined. And here in August, they haven't won yet.
It's kind of the same exact pattern that they followed last year, where they got off to a tremendous start. So much as they made a move at the trade deadline. And I mean, it was a really good move they made in acquiring Ubaldo Jimenez, although Jimenez really has not upheld his end of the bargain.
Yeah, it was a sizable move. I mean, they moved a couple of big pitching prospects to get him. But again, this year, they have faltered in the second half. And now Asdrubal Cabrera will lead it off as we go to the 7th. It'll be Cabrera, then Choo, and then Santana. Phil Koch came on to get Jason Kipnis. He was back in the 6th inning. He was the go-ahead run. There's a ground ball to short. A couple of steps to his left. Peralta has it. 1 pitch, 1 out.
The Tigers battle the New York Yankees this Wednesday at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans receive a Detroit Tigers tailgate plate For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
Here now is Shin-Soo Choo. Solo home run off Scherzer back in the third. Max in this ball game today going 5 innings. Ball 1 to Choo. His home run was his 13th of the year. And a bender is in for a strike. When Choo was batting leadoff, he said, one of the things I did notice was I saw a lot more fastballs in that leadoff spot. Not so, or not as much here in the third spot in the lineup. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss.
Good pitch.
Meanwhile, at U.S. Cellular Field, they're in the bottom of the fifth. The Angels lead 1-0 over Chicago. Mike Trout with a sacrifice fly in that game.
You know he's going to be right in the middle of it.
2-2 the count. Santana waiting on deck. Choo trying to get something started here in the seventh. The Indians at one point early in this game led 3-1. Tigers tied it up with single runs in the third and fourth innings, and then each team scored in the fifth, which means we're all tied up at 4 runs apiece. Bouncing ball back to the mound. Phil handles this one. Choo is out. Two gone. More action in the Detroit bullpen. Octavio Dotel warming up. So here is Santana. Koch now has faced 3 batters. He's gotten 3 ground ball outs. Santana singled in a run in the fifth. He's also walked and scored. Check swing. Did not go. And Koch missed again. 2 balls, no strikes. Santana likely will fall short of the numbers he posted last year. 27 homers, 79 RBIs. He will take his walks. In fact, last season walked nearly 100 times. And he's 3rd in the league in that category this year. Ahead of the count here. 2 balls, no strikes. And that's in there. 2-1 on Santana. Should he reach? There's Michael Brantley waiting on deck. And the 2-1. 3-1 on Santana. There's the strike. Run it full now. 3-2. Indians leave town after this game. Yankees are coming in. They're at home today against Seattle. It'll be a 4-game series against the Yankees beginning tomorrow night. And I would expect we'll have packed houses every single night again.
That's right.
Especially with Verlander on the hill tomorrow night. Here's the 3-2. Line to left and a base hit. 2-out single for Santana, on base for the 3rd time today. So that'll keep the inning going for Brantley.
The only pitch that he got up in that pitch sequence, it was the 6th pitch to Santana, was up in the strike zone. Everything else was at the bottom of the zone, but you'll take that base hit and not really worry about it because you kept him in the ballpark. He's one of their few power threats, Santana.
It's been a big day for Brantley. They have not been able to retire him today. 2 doubles, a single, and an RBI. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Scherzer started, went 5, struck out 9 in this game, but he allowed 4 runs. Villarreal came on in the 6th, so did Koch. And then Phil is still out there here in the 7th. Missed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tiger bullpen with an ERA of 3.58 entering play today. That's low and away. One thing we have seen is the Tigers offense really spike in this series, and on this homestand they hit just .230 on the last road trip. On the homestand they came in batting .382, and because of that they have a chance to sweep. Now the 2-1. 3-1 on Brantley. And should he reach, it would be Hafner. And there's a strike, run at full now, 3-2, which means Santana will be on the move. 4-4 tie here in the 7th inning. Crowd's starting to get into it now. 38,007 the attendance today. Prince trying to alert Cope. AM stepping off the bag.
He was trying to get the attention of Rafael Belliard to see exactly what they wanted him to do.
And he walked him. So Koch, after getting the first 2, issues a single and a walk. So now here comes Hafner. And here comes Jeff Jones. Looked like Koch was going to breeze through this outing, retired the only batter he saw in the 6th, and a couple of quick groundouts here in the 7th. However, a single and a walk have followed.
While we have a moment, let me remind you that tomorrow night there will be more baseball here at Comerica Park. It will be the New York Yankees that will be in town. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Tigers Live. That's Tigers baseball tomorrow at 6:30 right here on Fox Sports Detroit.
So Verlander will be on the hill in game 1 in that series. Here is Travis Hafner.
Hafner has had his issues with left-handed pitching this year, and just as the majority of his teammates.
Ball one missing away. Hafner has struck out in each of his last 2 at bats. He had an RBI single in the first, and now Koch trying to deal himself out of some trouble here in the 7th. It all started with a single by Santana and then a walk to Brantley. Here's the 1-0. Little floater to shallow left. That's a base hit. They're going to try and score the run. Here comes Young's throw to the plate. Not in time. And a 2-out RBI hit for the 2nd time today for Travis Hafner. His first one was nearly identical. Little cue shot out to left. Indians have taken a 5-4 lead.
With 2 outs, Santana running from second base gets a really good jump off second on this bloop single. Delman Young comes up with a strong throw toward home plate, but not before. And Santana slid in safely.
There's ball one missing outside to Cabrera. So now it's a 13-hit day for the Indians. They lead 5-4.
And we talked about the fact that there was some tweaking in Phil Koch's delivery. And sometimes when you have the pitcher go out there and take the mound after tweaking his delivery, the mindset is still thinking about it too much. And it appears that Phil might be thinking about what he worked on instead of executing the pitches here, and he's missed with some breaking balls down and away. The pitch to Hafner, however, was not that bad of a pitch. He crowded him with a firm fastball that he fought off, but that's what big, strong, physical guys do, like Hafner.
One ball, one strike on Cabrera. Good day today. 2 singles. Had a good series, actually. 6 hits for Ezekiel. Here is Koch's 1-1. Instead, he'll bluff to second base. 13 hits for the Indians. They lead by just a run, though. 5-4. Look out, Avila crossed up.
Wow. I don't know how he caught that.
I don't either. He got real fortunate there.
He was looking for a breaking ball, and he got a fastball, and somehow, not only did he get glove on it, but he caught it.
He was in protection mode there, threw the glove up. So now it's 2-1 on Cabrera.
I know you have the catcher's gear on, but I can't think of anything being any more scarier than that.
Agreed. Koch trying to dig out of this hole. He's given up a 2-out hit to Hafner. Check swing, and he went. A strike called on Cabrera. Make it 2-2. And he got him, strike 3 on the outer edge. Koch caught him looking. And he keeps the damage to a minimum. An RBI single for Hafner breaks the tie, but the big fella's due up for the Tigers. Cabrera, fielder, will bat in the 7th.
you never had it so good.
It has been a back and forth afternoon. Here is our Comerica game summary. Cleveland on top of the Detroit Tigers 5-4 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Max Scherzer, 5 innings of work today, gave up 10 hits, struck out 9 in this game. Infante, his first home run as a Tiger. He's had a good day today, 2 for 3. Austin Jackson has scored a couple of runs. Tied for 8th in the American League now with 67 runs scored. And another big crowd here today. In fact, our attendance this afternoon, 38,007. And they're hoping for a Tiger comeback here in the 7th inning, down by just 1 run. Tigers trying to sweep the Indians here this afternoon.
Well, if they're going to come back in this one, they're going to have to get it done against the back end of Maniac's bullpen. As Smith is still out there, but if he's able to do his job, then it'll be Pastano, followed by Chris Perez.
And they have been awfully good, but we'll see what the Tigers are able to do here. They've got the meat of their lineup coming up. Omar Infante will lead things off after homering in the 5th.
Finally got him a fastball that he could handle from the starter, Chris Seddon. And hit it over the Tigers bullpen.
Infante, Cabrera, and Fielder here in the bottom of the 7th. 5 runs, 13 hits for the Indians. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Tigers. First pitch curls in for a strike. 0-1 on Omar Infante. Swing and a miss. Now it's 0-2. Jack Hanahan has come on now. He'll play third base for the Indians, replacing Lillibridge. So they had some defense trying to protect a 1-run lead late. Smith came on to get the final out of the 6th inning. Here's the 0-2. It's driven toward left field. It's down, a base hit. Infante rounding the bag. He's going for 2. And the throw not in time. It's a double for Omar. Boy, has he had a big
day. These two have already had history this year. It was the 24th of July when the Tigers started that last road trip. The Tigers were trailing by 2. Miguel tied the score with a home run, but the following day, Miguel had a chance to drive in some more runs, and it was Smith that won that battle. It's a great hustling double by Omar Infante.
And now Cabrera fouls it back out of play. The tying run in scoring position. Tigers have their 8th hit of the afternoon. Infante was smelling double on that thing. As soon as he hit it, he was busting it out of the box.
And he really needed to do so because Cabrera in left field has good speed and a decent arm. He made a decent throw to Kipnis, the second baseman there.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ground ball left side, under the glove of Hanahan into left. Infante will stop at third base, and the Tigers have runners at the corners. First hit of the day for Cabrera.
Good pitch by Smith, but great hitters are able to put good pitches in play. And Cabrera would fall into that category of being a great hitter.
So Maniacta is going to go right back to the bullpen as Smith gives up a double and a single. Tying run now just 90 feet away at third base. Vinny Pastano and his minuscule ERA coming into this game. So he's going to come in to face Prince Fielder. We'll have that matchup when we come back. The Tigers have runners at first and third. Vinny Pastano coming out of the bullpen for the Indians.
Well, you can understand Manny Actor replacing Smith with another right-hander. And the one thing that he's trying to accomplish here is get his best pitchers in the game. One thing about Pastano here, if you look at his numbers, go down to the category of inherited runners. He's inherited 14 of those, and he has stranded all 14. That might change here today.
It is going to be difficult for him to keep that stat perfect. This season against the Tigers, 7 appearances, and the Tigers have not been able to touch him. But maybe today is the new day. They will have Fielder up there with nobody out. Tigers down by a run. They have the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at first. And Prince strolls in.
If you're Prince Fielder, what you have to force Pastano into doing here is making sure you get something up in the strike zone that you can get underneath and loft a fly ball deep enough for Infante to score. You do not want to hit it on the ground here.
0-1. Runner on third, less than 2 outs. Prince has gotten him home 67% of the time. Trying to shake off that foul ball. Driven to center field. Brantley going back. This will get the run in. Prince does his job. A sac fly, and we are tied again.
What an awesome job of hitting there. And it wasn't an easy pitch to hit that far into center field. I mean, this is a good power fastball inside, and Prince just really fought it off deep enough to Michael Brantley in center field to score Infante. That's a tough pitch.
That was the previous one in which he banged off his knee. And he was able to shake that off and drill one deep to center. There's a strike called on Delman.
Really, both of those pitches were really difficult pitches to hit. That one he didn't get in as far as he would have liked to.
Swing and a miss there. 0-2 on Young. Delman 0 for 3 in this game. Fielder gets it done with his second RBI of the day, 79th of the year. There's a line to center. Brantley will come on to make the play. 2 gone. So that'll bring up Peralta. Back and forth we go. Every lead the Indians have had has been matched by Detroit. They do it here in the 7th with a double by Infante and a single by Cabrera, setting it up. Double and a walk for Peralta in this game. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Johnny Peralta. That is the first inherited runner that has come around to score this year against Vinny Pastano. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss. And Peralta goes down swinging, so the Tigers will have to settle for 1. They're able to tie it up, and it all started with a hustling double by Omar Infante. He comes around to score the tying run, and Tigers baseball today is presented by Bell Tire. Started the rally for the Tigers in the 7th, and Prince Fielder's sacrifice fly tied the game. And the Tigers have gone back into the bullpen now. Octavio Dotel is in.
Good numbers for Dotel. 3.34 ERA in 35 innings. He has 49 strikeouts, and the opponent's batting average against Octavio is just 209.
One other defensive change. Quentin Berry will take over in left field for Delman Young.
Hey fans, you want to follow your Tigers with the MLB.com at bat 12 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. You can get live audio pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826, or you can simply visit Tigers.com for details.
So Dotel coming out of the pen now.
That was a really nice job by Vinny Pastano getting out of that mess that Joe Smith left him.
One of the runs came around to score, but the Tigers had first and third, nobody out, settled for the tie, and now we go to the 8th. Hanahan gets his first at bat. Came in as a defensive replacement for the starter Lillibridge.
And neither team, from an offensive standpoint, able to apply the knockout blow today. 2 out RBIs, big knocks. Indians scored 2 in the first, but every inning other than that, just scoring for both teams, and just 1 run in several different frames.
1 ball, 1 strike. So it'll be a battle of the bullpens to decide this one. Whose will be better today? Now Dotel ready with the 1-1. Off the plate, 2 balls, 1 strike on Jack Hanahan. Lou Marson waiting on deck. Hanahan, a native of St. Paul. In fact, he went to high school at Cretin-Durham High School in the St. Paul area, which is the same high school that produced Joe Mauer. In fact, he was teammates for 1 season with Mauer. There's a strike up with the right hand, goes Joe West. 2-2 on Hanahan. Former Tiger farmhand as well. And the 2-2. Low, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Tigers today have gone with Scherzer, Villarreal, Koch, and now Dotel. Max in the ball game today, going 5 frames. Fouled straight back, 3-2. The count stays on Hanahan. Pretty good in his last 5 outings, 6 strikeouts, so 1.59 ERA. Here's the 3-2. And that'll go toward third base. Fair ball, and Infante's throw is in time. Tricky play, and Omar was able to throw out Hanahan.
Nice footwork here by Infante surrounding this ball and making himself, getting his body in a better position to throw that ball across the diamond to Prince.
Here's Marson with 1 out. 1 for 3 for Lou Marson. He has fanned a couple of times. Tiger pitching has rolled up the strikeouts again today. In fact, between all of their hurlers today, they have picked up 12 strikeouts. Bouncing ball to second. Danny Worth backs up a little bit, and Marson is out, 2 gone. That'll bring up the leadoff man, Jason Kipnis. Looking for his first hit. 2 for 13 in the series for Kipnis. He's 0 for 4 today. Ball 1. Indians today have 13 hits. They have stranded a total of 8. And as you mentioned earlier, really both teams have had a couple of opportunities to turn 1-run innings into bigger frames, but neither team has been able to do it. Here's the 1-1. Foul tip, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that's something that the Tigers have been very good at their last 8 games here at Cabrera Park. The majority of the runs that they have scored have come with 2 outs, but not able to apply that real big knockout blow today, at least up until this point.
Well, the Tigers had a 4-run inning in the first game. They've had a couple of 3-run innings. That's fouled back. He stays alive. Tigers with 9 hits today. They've stranded 7. Right now, Omar's double to lead off the 7th. One of the big hits of this game. The 1-2 is fouled off again.
Infante's had a nice day. He is a triple away from the cycle.
Just turned in a nice defensive play. Infante filling in at third today as Cabrera gets a day off, so to speak, is the designated hitter. So Omar filling in nicely at third. And another foul, this one down the left field line. Kevin Youkilis homer to tie that game up, but Torrey Hunter has delivered an RBI single, and the Angels lead Chicago in the bottom of the 7th, 2-1.
Kevin Youkilis has been a really nice pickup for the White Sox. He homered twice yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Another foul back out of play. This is turning into a lengthy battle. This will be the 8th pitch coming up to Kipnis. Dotel in search of a 1-2-3 inning. Swing and a miss, and Dotel finally takes care of him. 1-2-3-8 to the bottom we go. Brennan Bosch will lead things off in a 5-5 game. How about those Cincinnati Reds? They are rolling indeed over in the National League, and Phillies GM Ruben Amaro says that Cliff Lee's not going anywhere.
I guess he's denying that he was put on waivers, but I thought after the trade deadline, just about every single player is put out there on waivers, and then you have the luxury as a general manager, if they're selected, of simply pulling them back or allowing the other team to take on that salary or making a trade.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that Lee would have been put on waivers.
Look at Kimbrel's numbers. 50 strikeouts and 1 walk in his last 28 innings. Are you kidding me? They need to find another league for that cat.
Evidently. Well, let's see what the Tigers can do here. It's a 5-5 game in the bottom of the 8th at Comerica Park.
Well, it's about time the Tigers have done something against this back end of the Cleveland Indians bullpen. Pastano and Perez in particular, who have been really good all year against Tiger bats.
Might as well be today. Here's Bosch. He's 0 for 2, hit by a pitch his last time up. And he fouls it out of play 0-1.
Yeah, Brennan's been very aggressive today. He swung at just about every first pitch, other than the one that hit him his last time up.
Pastano came on in the 7th with runners at first and third. Got a couple of fly balls and a strikeout. The Tigers able to get a run, though. And that is rolled foul, first base side. No balls, 2 strikes. You've seen Vinny a few times, 1 for 7 against Pastano. Indians today have rolled out Seton, Allen, Sipp, Smith, and Pastano. Another ground ball foul. That's going to get back out of play. 0-2 the count stays. Bosch, then Avila, and then Worth to go up here in the bottom of the 8th. Tigers are able to tie it up in the bottom of the 7th on the sac fly by Fielder. Breaking ball. He tried to hook him on the outside part of the plate. Couldn't hit it, though, and the count is 1-2. Joaquin Benoit, Jose Valverde, both warming up in the bullpen. And a strike call. He's out of there. Bosch caught looking. Nothing fancy there. Here's Avila. Alex today 1 for 2, RBI hit back in the 4th. Ball 1.
That is only the second ball that Pastano has thrown since entering the game. A total of 15 pitches, 13 of those have been strikes.
Fouled away. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Pastano's ball must get on you in a hurry. Brennan Bosch was tardy on a fastball or 2. Avila was just tardy on that 1-0 fastball. Sometimes even guys that throw 92, 93, if you see hitters a little tardy, they're not picking the ball up out of his hand. There's another one of those 93 mile-per-hour fastballs. Avila a little tardy on and talking to himself as well.
Pastano is a good example of how important your scouts are. He was a good find back in the 2006 draft. He was drafted in the 20th round. Appeared in 67 games last year for the Tribe. Had a really good year. Breaking ball makes it 2-2. He had 84 strikeouts in 62 innings last year. Following that up with another spectacular season. Inside on Avila. Count goes full at 3-2. There's Danny Worth waiting on deck. And then it would be Austin Jackson. Here's the 3-2. High fly ball left field. Cabrera to the warning track. 2 up, 2 down here in the 8th. Now Danny Worth. Danny on base a couple of times today, reaching on an error in the 6th and walking in the 4th inning. Pistano has faced 5 batters. He's retired all 5 coming out of the bullpen for the Indians. Swing and a miss. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Of the 21 pitches thrown now by Pistano, 17 are strikes. Oh, 0-2. Indians will have 2, 3, and 4 coming up in the 9th inning. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Worth goes down. Pistano strikes out his 3rd. It's a 1-2-3-8. The Tigers a game and a half behind the Chicago White Sox, so hopefully the Angels have a comeback of their own ready for this afternoon. The Tigers trying to pull this one out and sweep Cleveland out of town. In the meantime, they'll have a new pitcher coming on here in the 9th inning, and it'll be Joaquin Benoit in a 5-5 game. Best buddies.
Joaquin has done nice work this year out of that Tigers bullpen. He's only given up 36 hits in 48 innings of work, 57 strikeouts, and his numbers are as impressive as Dotel's numbers.
So it'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Indians. Cabrera, Chu, and Santana here in the 9th inning. And the first pitch is in for a strike, even though Cabrera disagreed and now has a little chat with Joe West. 2 out of 4 today for Asdrubal Cabrera. He's also swiped a couple of bases and scored 2 runs. Here's the 0-1. Single and a double for Cabrera. Benoit replaces Dotel. Tigers also have used Coke and Villarreal out of the bullpen today. Well, Doug Fister's outing last night, no issues at all with the Detroit bullpen. Very well rested with the complete game victory for Fister last evening.
You want to make sure that bullpen does stay rested with the Yankees coming to town for a 4-game series and that offense that they've got.
Now the 2-1. Pulled on the ground to second base right at Danny Worth. 1 gone here in the 9th. Shin-Soo Choo has a home run to his credit today, but he's also fanned a couple of times. The Choo home run was hit back in the 3rd, a solo shot. That's when the Indians built a 3-1 lead. The Tigers quickly came back, though. And Benoit misses outside, 1-0. Choo against Joaquin, 3 for 11 lifetime, but 5 strikeouts. That's popped up left side of the infield. And Peralta makes the play. 2 gone. That'll bring up Santana. Tiger bullpen is retired the last 6 in a row. And the staff today has piled up 13 more strikeouts. Santana pops it up. Here comes Peralta, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Benoit. Nicely done. Let's go to the bottom of the 9th. Top of the order coming up. Five-ball game, and here's the upcoming pitching matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. We talk about the Yankees coming to town tomorrow in Game 1. Justin Verlander and Ivan Nova here at the ballpark.
Verlander with a 2.63 ERA, and Nova has 10 wins, but an ERA over 4.5. That's because those Yankees score runs in bunches.
Verlander looking for his 12th win of the season tomorrow in the start of that big 4-game series against the New York Yankees. Some business, though, to take care of here. Josh Tomlin now comes out of the bullpen for Cleveland. Here is Austin Jackson to lead things off in the bottom of the 9th, and AJ looks at a strike. Jackson, Infante, Cabrera. Jackson has 2 hits in this ball game today. In his first 2 at bats, he singled, then tripled, scored both times. 8-game hitting streak for Jackson. Down the right field line, but back toward the seats and out of play. 1-2 on Austin. There's Infante. He's already started 1 rally. That was in the 7th. His double got it rolling. Here's the 1-2. That's line toward right field. On the move is Chu. He's not going to get it. Here to go to the wall. Jackson heading around second. He's coming to third, and he's in there with a triple. His second of the game.
Boy, was he flying.
You're not kidding. He was moving around the bag.
Because Brantley, the center fielder, took very little time getting to that ball. He got it to Kipnis, but Kipnis didn't even throw it. Boy, is he having a wonderful year. He got himself a crippled breaking ball at the top of the zone and hit an absolute missile right up the gap. And Brantley got it in, but Jackson didn't even look at Gene Lamont to tell him what to do. He made up his mind. He was going to go for 3 by himself.
Infield is in. Outfield is in. Winning run is at third. Here's Infante. Ball 1 up and around his helmet. Omar has doubled, singled, and homered.
Well, Infante is going to have to get it done, because if he does not get it done, Manny Acta will walk the bases loaded. He will walk Prince. He will walk Miggy.
Here's the 1-0. Fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's been a great day for Infante, who finally looks healthy and also comfortable. Back in the Tigers uniform.
Infante scoring the run in the 7th to tie it up. Now trying to deliver the game winner. Ball high, 2-1. 10 Tigers hits now this afternoon. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Foul, back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's Cabrera. Fielder would follow him, and then Quentin Berry. So if they indeed get Infante and walk the next 2 hitters, Berry would conceivably get a shot. And the 2-2. Omar swings and misses. Struck him out, and that is a huge strikeout. 1 gone. Comes Manny Acta now to talk about what they want to do here. There's no way they pitch to either of these next 2 guys.
Not with the numbers that Cabrera has in his career against the Cleveland Indians. Since he has put on a Tigers uniform, no hitter, has been as productive against the Tribe as Miggy. As soon as this one ends, don't forget our coverage will continue with Tigers Live. You'll hear from the manager, Jim Leland, and the players. We'll break the game down, show you all the highlights. Tigers Live immediately after this game on Fox Sports Detroit.
So Jackson remains at third, 1 out in a 5-5 game. Cabrera will not hit here. They're going to walk him intentionally. Prince Fielder waiting on deck. This is the 10th intentional walk for Cabrera on the year. Question is, will Prince get one? He is waiting on deck. You would imagine that would be the case.
No question.
And that would be number 13 for Fielder, which is going to set the table, you would think, for Quentin Berry. There's one intentional walk. So they will put Prince on here.
That's why Omar's at bat was vital. But then again, you have Quentin Berry in that on deck circle that can send everybody home happy here today.
The crowd doesn't like this, but certainly you got to play the percentages here for Manny Acta, and you get rid of these two hitters.
I thought maybe Jim Leland, obviously not managing, but I'm sure he's having conversation with whoever's running the club. When Tomlin ran the count to 2 balls and 1 strike, I thought possible squeeze there with Omar Infante. But the flip side of that is you would have to answer the questions of Miggy and Fielder coming up, even though you knew they'd get walked. You knew they wouldn't swing the bat.
Well, they have been walked, so back-to-back intentional walks. Here comes Quentin Berry. And he can add to his collection. He's already had a walk-off.
Looks like they're going to go with the 5-man infield.
Lopez has picked up a glove. He's running in now.
Right fielder Chu coming off the field. First time we've seen a 5-man infield this year. And I can't remember too many other instances where we've seen the opposing team employ this kind of strategy.
Mike Scioscia likes to do this a lot with the Angels, but you're right, I haven't seen him do it against us, or anybody for that matter, recently. So now the infield is stacked. Quentin Berry standing in. Now they're going to spread the outfielders. Brantley will move over a little bit into right center. 5 infield. Swing and a miss. Big swing there by Quentin. Deep breath. Berry's first at bat after taking over as a defensive replacement. There's a ball inside, 1-1.
Regardless of them having the 5 infielders, if you're Q, you have to stay within yourself. Try to get yourself a pitch up in the zone to hit something deep enough to score the run.
And the Berry chants echoing throughout the ballpark. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. 1-2. .286 this year for Quentin. Ground ball, first base side. They'll come home with it. There's one, relayed at first, and a double play. And the Indians pull a Houdiniac, and they get out of this inning.
Strategy worked.
They walk the two big hitters in the lineup. They get the ground ball, and the double play ends the threat. The Indians find a way to get it done.
Second consecutive day, Quentin has hit into a double play.
All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, the Indians did a great job of setting up the best chance to get out of that inning.
Every pitch that he threw to Quentin, he was crowding him with a cut fastball. He hit it right to Santana, who is not a first baseman by trade, but he gave Marson a really nice feed, and Marson returned the favor to Santana to record the very difficult 3-2-3 double play to end the inning.
So Benoit is back out there. Joaquin threw just 7 pitches in the 9th. He will pitch here in the 10th.
Boy, did that look promising.
Yeah, leadoff triple. But they got Infante, as you pointed out. That became the huge out of the inning.
No doubt.
So here's Michael Brantley leading it off in the 10th. And he takes the ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Brantley. On base 4 times in this game, 3 hits and a walk. Travis Hafner will be next. Here's the 1-1. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Benoit came on to get a ground out of Cabrera and pop-ups from Chu and Santana. He mowed right through 2, 3, and 4 in the 9th inning. Outside, 3-1. Five runs, 13 hits for the Indians. 5 runs, 10 hits for Detroit. Got 17 men left on base between the two teams. And there's a line drive right to the second baseman Worth.
Take a peek at our Bell Tire pitch by pitch, and the honor goes to the Tigers bullpen this afternoon. That's an outstanding slider by Villarreal, followed up by an upper 90s fastball. Phil Coke got himself into a little bit of trouble while he was out there, but he was able to escape with minimal damage. Well, Dotel, he's simply been Dotel all year long. Lots of swings and misses, and very easy inning for Benoit in the 9th. A couple of pops-ups and a ground ball.
So here is Hafner with 1 out, nobody on. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Benoit's retired all 4 that he has faced. Eight straight retired by the Tigers bullpen. Last base runner they had was Hafner, who singled back in the 7th. Cabrera waiting on deck. And Hafner has driven in 2 2-out runs in this game. Bouncing in, 2-1. Benoit replaced Dotel. Dotel had a 1-2-3-8. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Driven high in the air, deep into left center field, way back. Jackson looks up on this ball and is gone. Travis Hafner goes the other way to left center with a deep home run to give the Indians the lead. Hafner has just hit his 200th career home run, and it's a big one for the Tribe.
He got himself a 95-mile-per-hour fastball and was able to extend those big, strong, powerful arms of his and hit it out into the Cleveland bullpen.
What a day for Hafner. 3 hits, 3 RBIs. Swing and a miss. Cabrera has had a couple of singles in this game. Swing and a miss again, 0-2. Avila blocks it, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So with that run coming in now, the closer beginning to tune up for the Indians. That would be Chris Perez. The Tigers have not been able to solve this year. .29 saves for Perez. That pitch missing outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hanahan waiting on deck. Foul back out of play. So Benoit had a 1-2-3-9, 7 pitches thrown, but here in the 10th, the home run by Hafner. Driven down the right field line. That ball is deep, and that ball is gone. Ezekiel Cabrera. First home run this season. Back-to-back home runs for the Indians.
That appeared to be a fastball as well, and Benoit, as soon as he let that one go, he knew it would be trouble.
So the 2 home runs will signal the end of the day for Joaquin Benoit. And Lloyd McClendon will make a pitching change here as the Tigers will go back to the bullpen. Darren Downs will be coming in. And after the first man was retired here in the 10th, the back-to-back long balls. They pull out of that jam in the bottom of the 9th.
They just called Cabrera up from the minor leagues a few days ago before they started this series here in Detroit because he was sizzling hot in the minors, and he's kind of flexed his muscles in this series. A couple triples, big fly.
It really has. I mean, that's 3 more hits today and 7 for the series now for Cabrera.
Obviously, the biggest play of the game thus far, if you're the Tigers, is once Manny Acton employed 5 infielders with Quentin Berry coming to the plate. Tomlin threw several fastballs inside to Quentin Berry, finally getting him to hit one to Santana, the first baseman. And nice glove work by Santana in turning the 3-2-3 double play.
Berry actually stopped to look back halfway down the line and was thrown out as they completed the double play. I doubt he would have beaten it out anyway, but that set the stage for the Indians to at least live for another inning.
The Omar Infante at bat was a huge at bat too, with a runner on third and nobody out. Infante having a very good day offensively. He singled, he has doubled, and he has homered, but he struck out, and you knew that Miggy and also Prince would not get a chance to swing the bat.
So Hanahan will step in now. It's a 2-run game. The back-to-back homers by Hafner and Cabrera. Meanwhile, Darren Downs has been a pleasant surprise for the Tigers coming up from AAA.
A lot of smiles in that Indians dugout here today. They have not had any smiles this entire road trip. They were swept in Minnesota. They were swept in Kansas City. And it looked like they were going to get swept right here in Detroit as well.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Hanahan swings and misses, make it 0-2. Came on as a defensive replacement late in this game, is 0 for 1. And the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Hanahan. Lou Marson waiting on deck. Still only 1 out in the inning. Indians have hit 3 home runs in this game. Chu, Hafner, and Cabrera. Ball high. 2-2. Meanwhile, Chicago now has gone up 4-2 on the Angels in the bottom of the 8th. Back up the middle through the box into center field, and a base hit for Hanahan. So 3 straight hits for the Indians here in the 10th. Cleveland now has 16 hits in this game. It's going to bring up Lou Marson. Lou 1 for 4, had a single way back in the 2nd. In there, strike 1 on Marson. Darren Downs in his 8th appearance. Opponents batting just 176 against him coming into this game here today. That missed low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Line drive, fair ball down the left field line. It's going to go to the corner. Hanahan coming at third. They're going to try and score him. Here he comes to the plate, and he will score standing up. It's a double for Lou Marson, the number 9 hitter, and now it's a 3-run lead for Cleveland. Marston gets his 9th RBI of the year. Boy, the Indians riding the momentum of getting out of that jam in the bottom of the 9th. They've turned it into a 3-run top of the 10th. And still only 1 out. Tigers had a sellout crowd on their feet after the leadoff triple by Austin Jackson. The place was going nuts. All of a sudden, the Indians were able to wiggle out of that jam. It's a ball low and away to Jason Kipnis. It's been a hitless day for Kipnis. He is 0 for 5. Those 0 for 6s in the box scores are bad.
0 for 5's bad too, dude. 0 for 5's not good either.
The 2-0 is way inside as Avila spins down to get that one. 3 balls and no strikes.
On those days where you're not having a good day, boy, you like to try to mix in at least 1 walk.
Pop up, strikeout, line out, ground out, strikeout for Kipnis this afternoon.
He'll feel better though if his team's able to get out of here with a win though.
There's the strike. 3-1. After the first man was retired, 4 straight hits by the Indians. They lead 8-5. Now the 3-1. Make it 3-2 on Kipnis. Fouled off again. We are moving in on the 4-hour mark for this game. "27 hits between the two teams, 17 of those for the Indians." And another foul by Kipnis. Well, we said it would be a battle of the bullpens down the stretch, and the Tigers bullpen blinked first as Benoit gave up the back-to-back home runs to Hafner and Cabrera. Downs has come on now to give up an RBI double. And again the 3-2. High fly ball center field. Jackson going back, still going back. Warning track to make the catch. The runner will tag and move to third. It's the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Asdrubal Cabrera. He's had a pretty good day. Single double, 2 runs scored. He's also swiped a couple of bases. In there for strike 1. Yankees a winner. They beat Seattle 6-2. They're on their way to the Motor City, where they will start a 4-game series here tomorrow night against the Tigers. There's another strike, and now it's 0-2 on Cabrera. And the 0-2. Way high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. High fly ball center field. Jackson cruising back. He'll get under it. That'll end the inning, but it's a big inning for the Indians. They scored 3 here in the top of the 10th. A couple of home runs, Hafner and Cabrera. Let's go to the bottom. Is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Strength and stability since 1849. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows. Like us on Facebook. Enter the contest for a chance to win great prizes. Back here at Comerica Park, Tigers are going to need another rally. They're down by 3 runs as we go to the bottom of the 10th, and they're going to have to do it against the Indians' fine closer, Chris Perez, who has entered the fray.
And Tigers have not been able to do anything against Perez this year, but there are quite a few teams in the American League that have not had much success against Perez.
So Perez will take over and face Johnny Peralta to start things off here. Peralta, then Bosch, and then Avila. The first pitch is in for a strike. Some changes for the Indians. Shelley Duncan now is in to play left field. The 0-1. That is popped up first base side for the new first baseman Kochman, and 1 gone.
It is usually a pretty good day when Pastano and both Perez pitch in the same game against the Tigers, and both have pitched here today.
Well, Pastano came on in really an important part of the game. The Tigers had first and third, looking for a big inning. They settled for 1 because Pastano came on and got 3 outs. That's in for a strike on Bosch. And then Pastano got a 1-2-3 in the 8th. Here's the 0-1. Chris Perez trying to get the final 2 outs here and allow the Indians to leave town with at least salvaging 1 victory. and missed outside. 2-1 on Bosch. 0 for 3 today, hit by a pitch. Bouncing ball to short. Right at Cabrera, and there are 2 gone. So the Tigers down to their final out. And here's Alex Avila. Avila was scheduled to get a day off today, but Gerald Laird was ejected from the game early on, and so Avila came on and got an RBI single in the 4th. 1 for 3. And we've officially hit the 4-hour mark for this game today. We started at 1:05. It is now 4:00, or make it 5:05. Here's the 1-0. 2-0 on Alex. Here's the 2-0. It's outside 3-0, and Andy Dirks now has picked up a bat. He is going to move to the on-deck circle as they call Danny Worth back in case Avila is able to keep this going. .30 pitch. It's in for a strike, 3-1. Hafner with a big home run. He put him ahead. And there's a walk. Tigers still kicking a 2-out base on balls.
That doesn't happen very often with Perez on the mound. That is only the 9th base on balls he's issued this year.
So Dirks will pinch hit for Danny Worth. Andy up to 333. Recently came back off the disabled list. 2 out of 4 in the series with an RBI. And if he is able to reach, that would bring the tying run to the plate, and that's Austin Jackson waiting on deck. Here's the 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes, and all of a sudden Perez can't find the plate after retiring the first 2 Tigers. Two and 1. That'll get back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Dirks. Perez now 1 strike away. Tigers have used everybody today with the exception of Santiago. The 2-2. Missed with it. 3-2. All he can do is ask for a chance. If he can get Dirks on, that would bring the tying run to the plate. The 3-2 pitch is outside. Ball 4, and Perez now has walked back-to-back hitters. And it will indeed bring Jackson to the plate. He's had a good day, too. He's had a couple of triples, a single, 2 runs scored. It looked like he was going to score the winning run in the 9th. And he takes one way inside. AJ just 1 for 11 against Perez, but Perez right now having trouble throwing strikes.
Yeah, AJ's going to get himself a fastball right down the middle here.
Missed with it, 2-0. And Perez will step off the mound, try and recruit. Tigers fans sensing an opportunity here. Here's the 2-0. Ground ball, fair inside the bag at third. And he'll get 1 run in. Dirks coming to third. He'll stop there. And the Tigers now have runners at second and third. They're in scoring position with 2 outs. Jackson gets his 4th hit.
Chris Perez having a very difficult time of commanding the baseball here in the 10th inning. Morrison wanted the ball outside, and the fastball tailed back inside. That allowed Jackson to rip it right past Rob Drake, the third base umpire, who was jumping out of the way and trying to rule fair or foul at the same time.
It's a 2-run game. Tying run at second base with 2 outs. And here is Infante.
What a day for Austin Jackson.
You're not kidding. 3 extra base hits. Infante swings and misses, 0-1. Tigers need a base hit here to try and score Jackson with a tying run.
And there is no doubt that if you're Chris Perez, out of the corner of your eye, you're looking at what we're looking at right now. Number 24. You can't miss him.
Here's the 0-1. Good stop there by Marston. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And it also is the man that Manny Acta told me last year he's absolutely terrified of Miguel Cabrera. He's not scared of him. He said, I'm terrified of Mickey.
He can't be feeling too comfortable right now after his closer got the first 2 outs. 2 walks open the door. Here's the 1-1. Missed it outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. What a wild one this has been. 8-6, Cleveland with the lead. 2 outs in the 10th. And the 2-1. Foul back, 2-2 on Infante. So again, Perez down to his final strike if he can get it. He has thrown 24 pitches in this inning. 2 out walks to Avila and Dirks. Here's the 2-2. Soft line drive, center field, base hit. We've got a tie game. Infante gets it done. How about that? Tigers were all but dead. Perez walks 2, and now we're tied.
That's nice redemption there for Omar Infante, who came to the plate last half inning with a runner on third base and nobody out and struck out. And there's a whole lot of folks in their cars right now kicking themselves. Why in the world did I ever leave that game?
Now Cabrera with a chance to win it, and he fouls it back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Nice at bat here by Infante, who got himself a little breaking ball. You can see that he's shortened up his swing. With 2 strikes, he was just trying to put it in play. And he found that fairway in center field. Tigers have done literally nothing this year against Chris Perez. but they get him here today.
Well, and it looked like they were going to do nothing today. 2 out, nobody on. 2 walks, double, single, we're tied. Way high. 2 balls, 1 strike on Cabrera. Fielder waiting on deck. 8-8 ball game. 12 hits now for Detroit. Missed with it. 3-1.
Jim always talks about the fact that he loves to have a couple of guys on his current roster that can drive that run in from first base. And one of those gentlemen will be standing in the batter's box right now.
Swinging a high drive. Deep left center field. Way back. Track. Whoa. Game over. Unbelievable. Cabrera wins it with a 2-run shot.
Best win of the year.
The Tigers win 10-8 on a 2-run, 2-out home run from Miguel Cabrera. Absolutely astounding. 2 out, nobody on, and the Tigers drop a 5 spot. Miguel Cabrera hits number 27.
Looks like Justin's going to have dual interviews here today.
He's bringing Jackson with him. The 2 big heroes here in the 10th inning. And right now, let's send it down to the field with Justin White.
All right, guys, we've got not 1 but 2 heroes here for the Tigers today. Miguel Cabrera wanted to bring Austin Jackson in for this post-game interview. We'll start with the game winner. Talk about that 3-1 pitch.
You know, I was looking for one pitch to drive the ball. I hit the ball hard everywhere in the park. And, you know, he kept the rally going, you know, the whole game. He keep us in the game. That's the hero right here.
Austin, talk about that rally. You guys were down to your final out, and that all started with 2 outs there, and you guys win the game.
We never gave up. I think we kept the confidence in ourselves. We know if we come out and stay aggressive like we did, we got a good chance of winning, and the big fella came up and won it for us.
Talk about this sweep in this series and the way you guys came back in front of these fans today.
No, it was tough. You know, we coming with a tough road trip. We went out and played good home. And, you know, we battle and whole year with Cleveland Indians. You got to get great to that team. Excellent team. But, you know, that's a baseball. You never know. You got to make 27 out to finish the game. And we never give up. We go out there and play hard. And we got this one.
Austin, can you just talk about watching this guy come to the plate there with the game on the line? Is there another guy you'd rather see at the plate in that situation?
He's incredible. You know, we knew when he was coming up, you know, we had a good chance to win the game. And he's been doing it all year long. He's been clutch for us all year long. And, you know, it never gets old seeing that.
Guys, thanks a lot for your time. Congratulations on the win. There they are, Austin Jackson and Miguel Cabrera, guys. Tigers come back for a huge win in extra innings.
Unreal. The Tigers with a 5 spot here in the 10th. What a team, man. Miguel Cabrera dragged Austin Jackson over there to share in the glory.
Well, Miguel is absolutely right. Miguel got the big hit. There's no doubt about that. But Jackson did keep them in the game. And how about the redemption for Omar Infante as well? This, for me, is one of the more impressive wins of the year because it looked like they were dead and buried, as you mentioned. They had done nothing against Chris Perez, and then they tacked a 5 spot on him.
Cabrera doesn't bat without the 2-run single by Infante, so plenty of credit to go around here in the 10th. Celebration here at the ballpark. What a win today for the Tigers. They get the sweep. We'll be back.